I call to order this special meeting of the Governing Board for the Scottsdale Unified School District. It is Tuesday, September 29, 2020, and the time is 5:01 p.m. Notice is hereby given to the members of the Governing Board, notice is hereby given that the Governing Board will hold a public meeting open to the public on September 29, 2020. Members of the Governing Board and non-board members participants will participate in the meeting in person with masks on via online platform or may participate by telephonic communication. Effective immediately until further notice, the Scottsdale Unified School District Governing Board will be enforcing the Governor's Executive Order 2020-43 to limit all public gatherings to 50 people, which will include Governing Board members, administration, presenters, and members of the public. Members of the public will also be able to view the public portions of this meeting online at the usual live stream site through YouTube. As a reminder, there is no public comment tonight. Public comment will be available at our regular board meeting on October 20th, which will be held at the Coronado High School boardroom. All rise, and Vice President Beckman, will you please lead us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will have a roll call starting on my right.
Jan Michael Greenberg.
Sandy Kravitz.
Patty Beckman.
And Allison Beckham. Board Member Perlberg is not here yet, and we have 4 board members, and so we do have a quorum. Do I have any changes to the agenda? If there's no changes to the agenda, I move to approve the agenda as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Greenberg seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Dr. Menzel, Superintendent's comments.
Well, good evening, President Beckham, Vice President Beckman, and members of the Governing Board. I appreciate the opportunity to make a few brief comments this evening, knowing that we have a couple of significant presentations on our agenda. So the first thing I'd like to do is commend our staff that have been in schools with students. Last week we started with our K-2 students returning to in-person instruction, and we've had a number of staff members who also volunteered to serve enhanced distance learning students at the same time they're teaching in person, and then we have our staff that are continuing to provide enhanced distance learning. So as a school district, we've been moving and implementing our phased-in return to learn, and while we have had some challenges along the way, we've also had many successes. On the first day, Dr. Guerin reported hearing a young child say, "This is like a dream coming back to school," and it kind of sticks with me. And then when you see the faces of the students when they're in school, and pictures on Friday of kids on the playground and the engagement with teachers, it's just a reminder of the importance of what we do and the value of our staff in making it happen for our students. Today we welcomed our students in grades 3 through 5 as well that are returning to learn in person. There are some of our facilities where we have drop-off and pickup challenges. Some have more access than others, and so we're working through those logistics. Our building principals have been doing an amazing job at identifying what issues and challenges are surfacing and modifying as we need to. So I want to start by thanking all of our staff that have been working diligently to implement the phased-in return to learn plan. I also want to give a shout out to our technology department. We've received more than 400 of the cameras for our classrooms, and since Friday, 64 cameras were installed. So that's, progress as we're looking to get those in as many classrooms as we can. We ordered 800 to be able to improve our ability to offer in-person and online instruction that meets the needs of our students. We also recognize that there are some challenges. Numbers don't always fall out neatly, and so in some of our enhanced distance learning classrooms, we've got some grade level splits, and we have some people that are from different elementary schools being taught by one teacher. And in the transition, I know that there's been some frustration expressed by our parents. I also like to say that while we recognize these challenges, that won't be a permanent thing. It's a part of the transition, and we're working to address those. We're working to address some issues and challenges related to providing specials for both our Scottsdale online students, those that remain in enhanced distance learning, as well as those in person, without overburdening our specials teachers. And a lot of this is logistic in nature, and while we've solved it in some buildings, we still have some work to do in others. And so I want to, again, just acknowledge that while many things are going well, we also understand that some things still need to be improved, and it's a continuous process for us. So with that, I would like to conclude my comments because I think we'll get into the most significant next step on our return to learn, and that is our welcoming back of our middle school and high school students, and we've got a much longer presentation to discuss those details.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. So then we will move on to our information and discussion items. Discussion item A, which is our gap analysis assessment. And Dr. Guerin will be presenting tonight. So welcome, Dr. Guerin.
Good evening, President Beckham, governing board members, Dr. Menzel, Ms. Wagoner, cabinet, and guests. Dr. Menzel has asked all of us, how are our students and how do we know? That is such an important question for all of us. And as an educator and a parent, that question really stayed with me and struck me. And as we're working through gap analysis assessments, we are determining the loss of in-person learning in quarter 4 and 1. Are there gaps in students' learning, and how can we mitigate those gaps and make sure students have what they need? What I'm really excited about tonight is not only do we have our dedicated teaching and learning staff, our assessment department, paired with instructional coaches, we also have 2 principals and some teachers here to talk to you about that. They're going to share with us how the students are doing academically and how do they know. This is essentially what we do. This is at our core. This is our work, and it is so important to us. We've had to change and pivot our educational system throughout these last few months, and I'm certain it's one of the hardest things we will ever have to do. And at the core is how students are learning, and it is so important to all of our teachers to make sure the kids have what they need. I hear over and over again staff worrying about the students, making sure they're doing everything they possibly can. So this is one tool that we're using district-wide to help inform teachers' instruction, to help make those decisions, to help focus on essential standards in filling in the gaps as we return to learn. So as a parent and a mom, I'm very excited, a parent and an educator, I'm very excited tonight to present this presentation, and we're going to kick it off with Dr. Bachna this evening, our Director of Assessment.
Good evening, everyone. President Beckham, Vice President Beckman, governing board members, Dr. Menzel, and Gladys. The first thing I want to do tonight is say a thank you to our wonderful team of people that are contributing to this presentation tonight. The presenters from Teaching and Learning for all their hard work in organizing this change to our usual assessment calendars, as well as developing meaningful professional development for our schools to use these results. In addition, we are grateful to Hopi and Saguaro for joining us tonight to give us the school perspective of how these assessments are used to inform instruction. As we know, the school year is off to an untraditional start. Over the summer, we worked to determine an updated testing calendar that reflected the needs of our schools. With the exception of kindergarten, we usually do not formally assess our students district-wide during the very first few weeks of the school year. This year, we were tasked with identifying assessments that could be used to determine gaps in learning due to the shift to all distance learning during the fourth quarter. Gap analysis tests allow us to identify the gap between what students know now and where we expect them to be. These tests were identified as a resource in order to evaluate cohort proficiency on standards. They provide professional learning communities with a confirmation of where students are excelling, their strengths, and identifying the areas for growth, the gaps. While we have student-level results, A bigger purpose of these assessments is to identify trends within a class or grade level that teachers can then discuss and collaborate over to determine next steps. So our plan for this gap analysis testing, the tests were given over a period of 3 weeks initially, and then extended for schools as needed. The predominant focus of these tests was ELA and math for all grade levels. All tests were administered online, with the kindergarten and first grade tests being given one-on-one by the teachers to their students. A combination of testing platforms were utilized. School City is our primary assessment platform for delivering these assessments. Big Ideas in elementary school and iReady in secondary were part of the newly adopted math materials. Most of these tests were administered for the first time this fall. We learned a great deal from this initial testing experience. It is not easy to administer tests only virtually, especially to our youngest learners. We learned through teacher feedback that there were concerns over the validity and reliability of the data. It was harder to get students to persevere through difficult content without being able to be there, have that in-person connection to the students to keep them going. At times, we saw that students rushed through the tests when the content became more difficult. We also saw that certain types of questions led to a higher success rate. Multiple choice responses that required a single answer were easier than multiple correct responses, items with more than one correct answer. Finally, questions where a longer response was necessary versus a shorter response. When a shorter response was the required response, they tended to perform better. And now I will turn this over to Diane Murphy, our elementary ELA instructional coach, to talk about the results for elementary schools.
Thank you, Dr. Bachna. Elementary ELA gap assessments focused on important standards and skills. Kindergarten data is always a celebration for whatever students are able to do at the beginning of the year, and we're excited to see them grow this school year. There are some trends in first through third grade with foundational literacy skills in the areas of phonemic awareness and phonics. It was great to see that tricky words in grades 2 and 3 were strengths. Tricky words are non-decodable, high-frequency words, which could be a struggle for students. Although there were some phonics gaps in grades 1 through 3, none of them were too surprising, and our district-adopted curriculum of CKLA naturally focuses on those skills and standards. Teachers also have additional CKLA remediation resources to help fill in the gaps. For grades 4 and 5, we found some comprehension and writing gaps, as well as some strengths in language and grammar skills. I would now like to introduce Paul Becker, who will share trends for ELA grades 6 through 12.
Thank you, Diane. Some trends we found in the middle school came in the area of words and context. And what this particular standard measures is how students can find unfamiliar words and using the words surrounding them to determine their meaning. There are some challenges that we're facing, though, in 6, 7, and 8, and that's with citing evidence with text, knowing what an answer is and supporting it with the text that surrounds it, determining theme and creating an objective summary or identifying an objective summary, and understanding plot and resolution. And this is consistent for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade classes. 9 through the secondary schools, the high schools, 9, 10, and 11, we see a different type of strength that comes out, where that 9th graders have the ability and are strong with citing evidence with text here. And in 10th grade, they have a strong facility with drawing inferences from informational text. That particular skill is highly challenging in any case, and it's more and more challenging standards. There are some challenges, though, with 9th and 10th grade as well. Drawing inferences from informational text with 9th grade and determining central idea and development of objective summary. And this particular standard is in the informational standard, which they're looking at informational documents and determining the inferences and central ideas here. And you notice in 11th grade, they did have a challenge this time around with citing evidence with text. Now I'd like to introduce Donna Dempsey, who will introduce the math elementary concepts.
Thanks, Paul. In kindergarten, we assessed beginning student knowledge on kindergarten skills. While we weren't looking for gaps, we saw strengths in counting and positional words, and this will help the year start strong. From 1st to 5th grade, most of our math groups utilized a prerequisite assessment from Big Ideas. The students were assessed on multiple standards from the previous grade level in order to determine readiness and identify gaps. In the data, we noticed average scores we noticed strong average scores in multiple domains. ADE identifies major content and supporting content for math, and in most grades, their strength was in a major content area, which will be very helpful as teachers build on that content here. In many grade levels, we saw gaps related to measurements and geometry, which are supporting content that were covered in fourth quarter. Seeing these gaps now will help us spiral in some information as the year goes to assure students are ready for the grade level measurement and geometry concepts. Having the data in Big Ideas allows teachers and students to connect to intervention tools to use for instruction and independent practice. I am now going to pass it to Lindsay Gilbert to talk about secondary math.
Thank you, Donna. For middle school math courses, we use the fall diagnostic assessment from the adopted iReady curriculum. This assessment identified the strengths and gaps for each student and helps to create an individualized path for student remediation. Teachers also have the ability in this program to assign lessons and activities to remediate and enrich students throughout the year. Middle school students showed strengths in multiplying and dividing using the standard algorithm and in the beginnings of adding integers. We did notice gaps in place value, word problems, and geometry concepts. At the high school level, we used School City to administer assessments based on the standards from the prior math course. Algebra 1 and geometry students showed strengths in solving and graphing equations and inequalities that were provided to them, but gaps when they had to create their own equations and when they had to work with functions. In the Algebra 2, Algebra 3, and Trigonometry Pre-Calculus courses, students showed strengths in proving triangles congruent and operations with complex numbers, but gaps in transformations, dilations, and trigonometric ratios and functions. The adopted curriculum we have at the high school provides support and remediation that can be automatically or teacher assigned, and there is a lot of overlap and extension in the high school courses that allows teachers time to remediate and extend student learning. I'm now going to pass it to Dr. Fountain to discuss professional development.
All right, thank you. So obviously there's a lot of data here. We're quite data rich in this environment. And the question becomes, what do we do with that? So on September 16th, that was our district-wide professional development day, our instructional coaches put together an opportunity for all of our teachers to evaluate what is happening in that data and to do some data analysis, but perhaps more importantly, set up some structures for them to talk about next steps and what do we do with this information, where do we go with it, and how do we plan accordingly. So we use those essential 4 PLC questions, talking about what the students know and what are we going to do when they don't, but also looking at some of that longevity of the skills that students are building. So part of what we want to know in this is what are the skills that are going to be transferable, because there are some themes that play year to year. So I'm going to turn it over next to Hopi Principal Tamara Jagodzinski, who will share with you how her site took that time and what they did with it.
Good evening. Good evening, President Beckham, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, and Mrs. Wagner. At Hopi, as a professional learning community, our work actually began back in late July, early August, where our collaborative grade level teams met to identify which essential standards they, as a grade level, were most concerned about students struggling with going into the next grade level. So for example, third grade met as a collaborative team to identify the essential standards they were concerned about with their third graders last year moving into fourth grade. So every grade level had the opportunity to do that first, and then the collaborative teams came back together. We shared that information vertically. So third grade had an opportunity to share with fourth grade had an opportunity to share with fifth grade on which essential standards from last year that they were able to incorporate into their teaching for this year. We wanted to make sure that we weren't replacing standards, first quarter standards, but we wanted to give the grade levels an opportunity to build in some of those essential standards that they were worried about. So with the gap analysis exams and the prerequisite assessments and then teacher-created common formative assessments, every collaborative team had an opportunity to review that data and then come together to establish essential standards and then really to look at that data to put together small groups for enrichment and remediation. So we have 2 tiered blocks at Hopi that help enrich and remediate students that need either additional support or an extension if they've already mastered those essential standards. So we have those 2 blocks in the middle of the school day so that students are not missing direct instruction from their class. Tier 2 typically focuses on the essential standards at each grade level, and then Tier 3 focuses on those students that need additional support from previous grade levels. So at this time, I'd like to provide a specific grade level example. I am very proud of all of the teachers on the Hopi campus, the work that they've done within their collaborative teams over the last few years to put these systems in place, but I'd like to welcome Ms. Diana Bodie, who will talk to you as an example for 5th grade.
Good evening. So the same unique and fantastic work is done within each collaborative team on our campus. Each grade level collaborative team works together, and also with our team of intervention specialists. I'm highlighting 5th grade because that's my team, and so I have personal knowledge and experience with it. But the process I will describe could be applied to every single Hopi collaborative team. So at Hopi, we believe all kids can learn at a high level. And as a team, we view these students as our students, not a specific teacher's students, but our students. And so we do not focus just on those that are assigned to our homeroom class. This gives us the opportunity to go student by student, skill by skill in our assessment and intervention process, and to really meet the needs of all students. So a few years ago, the 5th grade team identified place value as one of our essential math standards because it is truly the foundation for all of our standards, including operations, decimals, and fractions. Fortunately, the Big Ideas curriculum that you approved a couple of years ago begins with place value. Our previous curriculum did not, and since it is foundational, this is a very important component. Our gap analysis test, along with the prerequisite skills assessment we did and our common formative assessment, indicated that students lacked the complex understanding of place value necessary to be successful with our math standards. So on the 16th that was provided for us, we met as a collaborative team to review our data and place students in groups, either for intervention or remediation. These groups meet during a dedicated time of the school day, as Mrs. J said, and in analyzing the data, we discovered that there were a few students who were ready for enrichment. There was also a group of students who needed significant remediation. We are fortunate to have a team of intervention specialists with whom we could place small groups of those students. The largest group of our students, including many of our identified gifted students, fell somewhere in the middle, requiring some intervention and reinforcement of concepts. So we placed them in groups accordingly. Now, our gifted students needing remediation were placed in a separate group because we know that given some direct instruction and opportunity to practice the concepts, they would move along quickly. So right now, we're nearing the end of the intervention rotation, and we'll be assessing later this week. Based on our informal assessments, we expect to see significant improvement among a large group of students. And for those that still need remediation, we will revisit the intervention process again. So now I'd like to turn it over to Mrs. Oxiger from Saguaro.
Thank you, Mrs. Bodie. Good evening, Madam President, Governing Board members, Dr. Menzel, and Mrs. Wagner. Thank you for allowing Saguaro High School the opportunity to present to you tonight. This evening, we will have the honor of hearing from 3 outstanding educators regarding our gap analysis. The culture of Saguaro's campus is to look at data both for celebrations, but also for opportunities to enhance student growth and success. Tonight, you will hear a few examples of how our dedicated educators work in their respective PLCs to collect data to drive instruction forward for student success. We will first hear from Mrs. Bass, who is one of our Math and Science Academy cohort teachers and our English department lead. We will also then hear from Miss Marianne Klein, who is in mathematics at Saguaro High School, and then we will conclude with Mr. Ashley Cross, who is one of our instructional leaders and our social studies department lead.
Thank you, Mrs. Oxiger, and good evening. I appreciate you having me here tonight. I just want to start off by saying that we were really happy to have the opportunity to look at the gap assessment data to help drive our instruction as we continue to progress throughout this year. So we, on the 16th, as you've heard, had the opportunity to look at our benchmark data from last year and to compare that with the gap assessment data. We were thrilled to find that across all grade levels, predominantly what we were seeing was growth as opposed to gaps. At the 10th grade level, we did see growth and no gaps, which was excellent, and we wanted to celebrate that. At the other grade levels, teachers are collaborating and working together to put together a shared list of resources, online resources that they can use to continue to track student data so that we can look at those now priority standards and continue to monitor and assess student growth as they implement new strategies that they've developed within their PLCs. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Marianne Klein.
Thank you, Jessica. At Saguaro, the math teachers met by course to compare last year's benchmark data to the gap analysis assessment. This data was used to determine for what standards students were most at risk and for which current unit of study these standards would most affect. For example, the Algebra 2 PLC found 2 geometry standards that will directly impact an Algebra 2 unit taught during second semester. The scores for these 2 standards indicated a need to reteach directly before these units occur, so students have the skills and concepts needed to proceed successfully. Now I turn it over to Ashley Croce.
Thank you, Marianne. Thank you for having me present the information tonight. I have the pleasure of presenting the Saguaro Social Studies Department PLC information as well as the Saguaro Science Department information. Over the past few months, under the direction of Ms. Oxtinger's amazing guidance, the Saguaro Social Studies Department has been doing some really great things with our PLCs that have allowed us to ensure that all students are growing academically. With the changing social studies standards, the department has been focusing on goals to make sure our students are prepared for academic success across the curriculum. And looking at the data that Paul just presented for ELA, I'm happy to report that we are focusing on some of those goals that ensure academic growth in reading comprehension skills of informational text, mainly focusing on primary source documents. We have set goals using pre-test and post-test to assess our students' ability to identify the main ideas, purpose, audience, point of view. These are all skills that are used in all disciplines and subjects. I'm very proud to be a part of such a great department doing some great things to advance the skills of our students and to ensure that all students are growing academically. Science is also doing some great things. They are creating pre-test and post-tests, just like social studies, to assess the learning. They are using nationally normed tests, though, for their pre-tests and post-tests. A couple of these nationally normed tests are the National Chemical Society exam and the Forced Concept Inventory test to assess their data and to ensure that all students are growing academically. With all of our teachers and all of our departments, we know the importance of being very deliberate in our planning to ensure that all students are achieving their maximum potential. We also feel that communication with parents are key. As a school, every teacher at Saguaro sends a progress report home each week to parents, so it just lets them know how their students are achieving success. Every time we communicate home via email or by phone, we also log that information into Synergy so that other teachers can see that that information is logged if they need to call home or contact parents. It does take a community to build success, and I feel very grateful to be a part of such a great group of educators at Saguaro. Thank you. And next up is Dr. Fountain.
All right, so finally, looking at our next steps and what do we do with this information from here? We obviously have the ongoing evaluation of action steps within the PLC teams, and you got to hear some great examples of that tonight, and that is something that is collaborative and happening at all times on campuses. Continuing with our targeted campus interventions outside of core instruction, that's that RTI framework that we're so familiar with. And then finally, revisiting of these action plans in January as part of our district-wide professional development to review student progress. That would be based upon our quarter 2 benchmarks, our existing screener assessments, as well as our classroom level data, and giving our teachers an opportunity at that time to look at students' growth to target and their overall proficiency levels. So it gives us that point in time to see where we've gone over the course of this last 9 weeks. Finally, I will turn it back over to Dr. Guerin and any questions.
Thank you. And I'm going to invite Dr. Bachna up here as well, because you may have some questions for her.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much to all of the presenters. Does the governing board have any questions? Vice President Beckman.
Of course. So I just thought I would get mine out of the way here. So I'm a board member and I'm a parent. So, and as I've told the public and everyone knows, most people know, I have one daughter in Scottsdale Online. I have another one in EDL, and it's been an interesting experience. So I appreciate you being here and covering this information tonight, because I think all of us spoke very loudly and clearly that we were concerned, that we'd be shocked. And quite honestly, I was a little surprised to hear in some of this that we had some growth, because I'm happy, but I also know that we still have some issues out there that we're not identifying. So my first question is, I understand the need to do this and take action immediately. We need to identify these kids that are falling behind. But are we going to do this again immediately upon return? Because I think we'd get a more accurate kind of picture of where these kids are when they're sitting in a classroom, and we can assess them right there. I know, having my own daughter in EDL, she goes to her room, she's in her computer. I don't know what she's doing. I know she gets good grades and that's it. But I mean, I would like to see her in a classroom being assessed and know where she is at that time. So do we have plans to do that immediately when they come back?
We do have benchmarks coming up again and final exams for the high schoolers in December. I'm not sure we haven't really scheduled anything formal district-wide for October. We also are concerned about over-testing, because we do put a lot on the students as well. So we have tests available. We've actually found that we had a fall benchmark that we gave at the end of the quarter usually, that we made optional, and some of our teachers have said, no, I don't want to make it optional. I want to do it when those kids are in the classroom. So I think when we get back into school, there's a lot of interest to do that again.
Okay. And then can you describe the targeted campus interventions outside of core instruction that are skill specific? Can you tell me what that looks like and define it a little bit more?
So it is individual by school, and as a principal myself, I worked with my teachers to set up a specific intervention system. So we could bring back the Hopi staff to talk specifically about theirs. But what you look at by student is a target to see how far they are potentially on oral reading fluency, for example, in second grade. And what would be the amount of growth per week to make up that difference, to close that gap. And then you would determine what growth would need to happen every week, and then you would assess if a specific intervention is in fact working. And if that intervention is not working after a certain data points, where you're seeing the student is still not changing in regards to performance, you change intervention, because you don't just keep continuing to do the same thing if it's not working. Different skills are needed for different students. So what's really exciting is there's different signature programs and different interventions, but there's also some consistency from district-wide that we provide. So it's a balance of district-wide support that Ms. Redner could provide some detail on, balanced with individual site intervention to meet those needs.
Thank you for that. Now, I want to be somewhat clear so our parents know what they can expect. We're going to have a presentation in a little bit about the Return to Learn plan. I'm not going to get into it right now because many of our questions will be answered there. But again, being a parent, and I see that we're going to have these supports and these interventions, and then I see this limited school day or these times, when are those going to be taking place? And what can a parent expect as far as, because we have two parallel tracks. You have a child that's in Algebra 2, that class is going. And then they need support over here. When are they're expected to keep up over here, but yet we know they're behind over here, and we're providing support. So how do we marry those two things at the same time?
It's a balancing act that's not unique to education. It's just magnified right now. So that is why we are identifying essential standards. We're telling teachers that there is so much that instead of just touching on everything, we want to pick the essential key standards. You heard one of the algebra teachers say, we found a core skill that we absolutely have to reteach before moving on to the next. So it's picking what is going to give us the biggest bang for our buck in regards to what students need and how to move them forward. We certainly can't go back and make up the last 6 months while we're still continuing forward. So we have to pick what the essentials are and ensure that students have that. So when I was the principal of a Title I school, I was always trying to have students continue to move forward, but also catch up at the same time. So it's that balancing act of balancing both to assure that we can continue to grow, but that they have the skill just in time that they've missed so that they don't fall behind.
So there will be individualized support, because my concern is that we've heard about things in the aggregate, like we're looking at where the class may be falling behind and we're going to reteach this kind of thought over here. We are going to look at these kids individually too, because some of them in our district have checked out. We know that, and establish those support levels for those kids individually. Again, trying to catch them up with that parallel track.
So I'd like Ms. Redner to talk about iReady for just 30 seconds at the middle school and how that is individually responsive to student gaps. I think that'll give you a good picture.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good evening. So I wanted to thank you. A couple things, but I just want to remind you, last couple board meetings ago, you approved the screener diagnostic for our elementary students. So that also will help identify those gaps and plug in where we need to do that. But as far as the iReady, our middle schools, and that was part of our math adoption a year and a half ago, and that has a diagnostic screener. All of our schools use that, and then it places students where they need to be, and again, provides those interventions where necessary. We also we tutor. We use funds to tutor and provide interventions on a case-by-case basis. And so we have that going. I just had a conversation today with our ELL students, our English language students, because their gaps are, as you can imagine, are just so significant. So we're providing those opportunities and providing extra opportunities for them to do well.
Thank you. I wanted parents to have that, to know that they can have that expectation. My last question is just an aside. We're not hearing a lot about SOL yet, so I'm hoping that we have a discussion about Scottsdale online learning, because I think it's about 20% of our student population. 15 that is over in Scottsdale online learning. And again, I have a daughter in Scottsdale online learning, and we had an email, I think all of us got it, and it was spot on that Scottsdale online learning is a great tool. It really is. But these kids aren't used to having 6 classes all at once online at this pace, and it can be a little bit overwhelming. And my daughter, is trying to keep up, but I'm sure there are some kids that find it overwhelming. So I would like to know at some point when we are going to have a discussion about those children and where they are and what we're doing about that as well.
And I just want to add to that, we have so many programs in place in our district, for example, Accelerated Reader. And so we had conversations through Dr. Thuman and myself and the vendors, and they just swept all those programs that we had in our brick and mortars in previous years, and we're using all those intervention programs in SOL. It's tricky because it's such a different platform, but they are using it. Our vendors have been really supportive to let us just use those programs and, again, try to meet their needs.
I'd like to hear more about that at some point, because I know we're focused on this tonight, but I really would like to remember that we have a lot of students over there that we need to talk about as well.
And I did just confirm with Dr. Bachna that our Scottsdale online students did take the gap analysis assessments, and they are included in these results.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Board Member Kravitz.
Ms. Redner, you mentioned about tutoring. That is after-school tutoring?
Well, it's going to be dependent on the school day as the night goes on, so it's going to depend on that. But yes, I mean, that's how we've offered it.
I guess I'm thinking mostly elementary at this point, but.
We offer, yeah. So we do content tutoring in our middle and high school and our secondary schools. Prior to COVID, we have after-school opportunities for students who are identified.
Okay, I guess I'm just, in terms of filling in the gaps, like for those students needing enrichment and remediation. So we do offer tutoring for those students that need more after school or before school. And how our parents, or I should say, not how, but our parents contacted to say that, we found these gaps for your student and we are offering this remediation opportunity.
Right, so that's part of the conversation Mr. Crow's talked about at Saguaro. And that's a lot of that work that they do where I know they contact their families on a weekly basis to let them know how they're doing. And as we offer those experiences for them, they'll be in touch with them. And we can also do this. And we want to invite you to this.
And what about at the elementary level? My concern is that we move little Johnny along and, third grade, he's supposed to learn this, and fourth grade, and by the time we get to seventh grade, oops, and that's magnified more in COVID, so.
We heard from Hopi that they have built an intervention block in their day.
Right.
So that's one way to manage it. After school is another. Our Title I department actually found an intervention where the student interacted with a reading specialist and worked on oral reading fluency through the computer, and had really great results, which was, to me, surprising. I didn't know if we could really pull that off.
Right.
So we're finding new ways to do what we used to do, so and building it as we go.
Okay, I just wanted our community to know what we're doing, and that we can continue to progress in that area. Thank you.
Sure. Board Member Greenberg.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank the administration for this, because COVID or no COVID, this is something we absolutely should have had. And I know from Washtenaw's experience in expanding Michigan's KRA program, it's a fantastic way of not applying too much pressure on students, since it's a formative assessment, but actually understanding those strengths and weaknesses. And it would be my understanding that this is something we are going to continue now year on year, correct?
That would be my expectation.
Yes, and so what we're going to look at is how this is different from our benchmark assessments. We want to be very thoughtful and careful not to add additional assessments, but what I think we learned, Dr. Menzel has shared that as we change our practice, because we have to, we're going to be learning new skills. And so this is something new. Dr. Bachner shared a lot of these assessments are new. So we'll look at what we did with benchmarking, look at gap analysis, and really see how we can recreate our assessments. So it might be pieces of both, but certainly, as Dr. Menzel said, that's his expectation. So we won't just add additional assessments, we'll look at what we can grab from our current practice and move it forward.
Isn't the main purpose of a gap analysis to be at the very beginning of a school year usually, though? So it's different from a benchmark. I mean, it could be called a benchmark, but the idea is that upon returning to school, the teacher knows what they might need to focus on early on in the school year to get everyone up to speed.
Right, and so traditionally, the last 2 or 3 years in Scottsdale, we've done benchmarks at the end of the quarter that cover the first quarter content. So we haven't necessarily always tested in August. The only students we've really tested in August is right away is the kindergartners, so we know where they're coming in on that first couple days. So this was definitely a shift in how we did this, because we moved up that testing timeline in order to catch that information in August. So we could look at definitely going forward, doing these tests again next August, then we'd have comparative data.
The types of exams that we've used, or assessments, I should say, do they cover everything that we want to capture? In other words, is it the intent to continue using the same assessments next year and moving forward, or have we found that we're going to maybe need to look for other options?
We'll have to go back and look and talk to our instructional coaches and see what worked and what was successful. We're taking feedback from our teachers as well. After they went through the professional development, we asked what was working and what wasn't, and what we could help them with going forward. So we do want to incorporate that feedback as well.
And as we revisit in December to see how effective it was, how impactful, and what gaps we did close, that's also going to inform our decision-making on moving forward, because we want to continue to improve the process.
So we would have to, in addition to using the benchmarks we use for our state exams, we would want to do this a second time around in order to compare the actual start of the year results to whether we've addressed those issues.
And some of our tests lend themselves to that more better than others. I actually didn't mention, but iReady, the middle school ones, the tests are adaptive. So they actually get more difficult as the kids go along in the content. So they're slightly different than our other assessments. And that's one of the strengths of that math adoption.
And just so, because I see social studies, science, math at Saguaro High School, I assume that all the grade levels had the same breadth or scope of topics being covered, correct? Or is that incorrect?
Yeah, yes, in ELA and math for sure.
Mhm.
Science and social studies was more of an individual campus decision, but
Okay.
ELA and math was district-wide.
Okay, so ELA and math was district-wide, but the Saguaro Social Studies Science, that was created essentially by their own school. Have they, well, I guess we can ask, are other high schools working with you and doing the exact same so that we have some standardization?
So we focused on ELA and math
Mhm.
because we felt like we needed to start, and those were our major
Right.
focuses. But all the subject areas follow the professional learning community process and use assessment data to inform their instruction. So that could be a next step or a move forward for us.
Yeah, I think that would be really useful, obviously, to have that standardization, and it's even, if it's self-created or if they've used national exam standards, whatever it may be, I think that's a wonderful opportunity for our staff to collaborate with each other and provide even more robust results. I agree with my colleagues that there's, obviously going to be difficulty here as we shift in how we close these gaps, but I think we've seen a lot of work even before COVID at places like Coronado, where interventions have been a top priority in working with students. So I'm cautiously optimistic for this, and I am really thankful that we've adopted these and will be continuously working on them and building on them in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. No questions? Okay. I have a few questions. I just want to make sure what I heard. What I heard is we haven't used this particular assessment in the past. Is that correct?
Sorry, some of them we have, some of them we have not, right? The kindergarten and first grade
the
reading
Vaughn
ones
and
are the
Ready.
same.
Okay. But as a district, we have not then?
Right.
Correct, okay. We will be assessing this same assessment in December so that we can measure whether or not the interventions and the remediations that were put in place actually were successful. Is that what I just heard in this interaction also?
We do have benchmarks that we give in December. We'll have to look at how much they align to the gap analysis test we just gave in August. So we will make sure that we look at that. High schools generally in ELA and math do final exams in December, so they have a little bit different trajectory. But we'll make sure that we look at how we can compare what we did in August to what's done in December.
Okay. So otherwise, I don't know how we would measure if we don't
Right.
know if they actually learned if they actually closed the gaps.
Right.
You mentioned that you didn't want to overtest. How long are these assessments?
It depends on the test. Some of them, I would say the shortest would probably be about 16 items, and some of them are closer to 20 or 25. When you're looking at ELA tests, you're looking at reading passages, so they take a bit more time. There might be only 2 or 3 items that go with the reading passage, but they take a little bit longer to take.
So does anything take longer than 30 minutes?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm going to toss it to Tom.
Speaking for ELA, the design of the assessment should not have taken more than about 40 minutes on average, depending on the kid's proficiency level and the skill level behind it. So an average kid with approaching ELA sensibilities should take the test about 35 to 40 minutes. If a kid has, on an IEP plan, for instance, for reading, it might take that person a little longer to take that test. But on the average, it takes about 30 to 35 minutes. When looking at the data in terms of how the average we get in School City, how long a student spends on a particular question, on the average, a student took about 25 to 35 minutes on the SCAP analysis test. It's the same thing for our benchmark testing as well. It ranges between 35 minutes to 55 minutes, depending on the skill level of the kid and how well he's been adapting or she's been adapting to this.
So these are not hour, 2, 3 hour long tests?
No. If it goes hour or 2 hours, there's something else going on.
Okay, all right. So it is realistic to think that we could take these assessments again in December. Okay, all right, good. Going to Board Member Kravitz's questions. And so this might be for Ms. Retner. You mentioned tutoring, but it sounded like it was in the future. Is it in the future because we're online right now, so that the tutoring is only going to be coming about once we're back in the actual site?
So typically it starts right at the beginning of the school year, but because of this year, it was just.
Because of COVID. So
Right.
we are doing tutoring right now online.
Well, certain schools are, specific schools are per what they've decided. But from our department, we offer through content tutoring for secondary or elementary tutoring. We're going to starting when we come back from
When you
October
come
break.
back. Okay, so that is, and then the iReady is an online intervention program, correct? So iReady is going on right now as an intervention because students can go on their own when they're not even in either their virtual class or doing that. And so that they could, in essence, if they know that they have some gaps, they may choose to spend an hour that they're not even doing school doing iReady. Is that correct?
That is correct, and the teacher can assign them assignments specific to where those gaps have been identified.
Right, okay, and do we do that?
I'm sorry?
And we do that. The
Yes, we do.
teachers are actually contacting the parents,
Yes.
contacting the students and saying, okay. And then you mentioned accelerated reader, which when my kids had it, that was not an intervention program. So is it become an intervention program?
It is not an intervention, but it's just one of those programs that shifted over the question about SOL and where we are with SOL and how we're supporting our students. Those programs have shifted over. The iReady program, for example, that has shifted over to SOL as well, for our SOL students as well.
Okay, so when my kids were in school, accelerated reader was just a supplemental, that it wasn't
You are right.
taken
You are
during the
correct.
school time. It was in addition to school time.
You are
So is that
correct. As
still
one of our just
happening?
programs, we're trying to provide some of the same programs through and through and interventions as well. But you are correct.
Okay, all right, good, so I understand that. So now for Dr. Guerin and probably Dr. Bach, and I thank you very much. These are the big picture questions. When you saw the data, what surprised you? Or were there no surprises? Is it what you expected?
From hearing from the principals, especially our two principals, the resiliency of our students and the way teachers were able to adapt teaching to meet the needs of the students, that we really had some strong skills and highlights was refreshing. And I don't know if I should say surprising, because what I've learned over the last 6 months is teachers will find a way, and students are more resilient than we thought. So I was pleasantly surprised by the ability for us to reinvent our system and move forward. So really, it gave me optimism that there are gaps. We certainly have students that are struggling and need to come back, but overall, we kept progressing. So that was my surprise.
So the terminology that you're using, resiliency, is that proficiency as well, is what I'm hearing? Is it they were more proficient than you had expected?
Yes. I was concerned that the results, all of the positive results on the left side, all of the strengths, and a couple of the instructional coaches commented on the really critical standards versus the supporting standards. And what was not surprising is some of the supporting standards that we usually cover in fourth quarter, which are after standardized testing season, right? We hit a ton of the essential standards before testing season begins, and then we hit some of the supporting ones fourth quarter, that some of those supporting ones we're going to have to reintroduce. That was not surprising to me, but that the essential core ones that they still have and maintained and were able to show that they had mastery.
When you looked at the data then too, did you look at individual schools? And did any of the individual schools stand out in certain areas so that you could go back to those grades or educators, find out what they were doing differently? Was that assessed, and can you talk about what you discovered?
We haven't looked at it in detail yet, but yes. While I was sitting here, I've been getting a text from principals asking me, what's my school look like? So they're looking at this too, and they're thinking about how they can use it on their own campuses. building on what Dr. Guerin just said too, I talked to a teacher last week who said, we've learned so much about how to give us assessments from this process going forward. If kids continue in EDL, they've really learned about how they can do this better in terms of having students testing online from home. So they really are learning the shift of how we address our students that are in different modalities.
So I'm sorry, I apologize. I thought all principals were given this data 3 weeks ago because did you just say principals were texting you saying that they want their data?
No,
But I
they
thought
do have
were
this
all-
data, but they haven't looked in detail at their own school just yet.
So then how did they do the interventions?
They have, I'm sorry. The schools are working on their interventions, but I haven't generated a chart of every school, how they compare to each other just yet.
Oh, okay.
But they, yes, I'm
compared to
sorry.
each other.
They have been looking
okay.
at their data in PLCs. I misspoke.
Okay, all right. So, because I know that when Dr. J came up from Hopi, she was talking about how they were looking at interventions and remediation starting in July. That was before we even had this data. So
right.
They did receive the data, and then they took whatever that they were working on previously, and then they just were able to identify those students and then go ahead and focus in on those particular students.
Yes,
Is that
they're
what I'm
absolutely
understanding?
responding in their professional learning communities. I think she was talking about the comparison data.
Right.
Okay.
I apologize.
No, that was probably my confusion because I asked about that. So I'm interested in finding out about that from a district-wide, how that data, came out and finding out about the conclusions. So I can see the data. I can see where, there were surprising numbers on the right-hand side. There were some a lot lower than I'm sure we would hope. And that's why I think that assessment in December is so important. Because if it's not moving up, then we need to be changing
And
course
what
and doing
also,
something different.
some of the principals brought up, common formative assessments. This is one tool. Teachers are always checking and building their own assessments. And what we're going to also need to determine is it because they tested online? Dr. Bachna talked about the perseverance. When you look at a student's test and they took 4 minutes to take the test, you're going to have to question if you really should be drawing conclusions for that. I have a teenager at home, and the testing fatigue online is certainly a thing, absolutely, especially in complicated math courses. So you have to, in the professional learning community, they're delving deeper to ask those kinds of questions. Do we think this is online or because we're online, or do we think this is a true gap that we're seeing that we need to address? And so I'm so impressed with our instructional coaches' depth of knowledge and their connectedness with the teachers in their content areas and how they're asking these questions together and making sure the kids get what they need. So I will be excited to come back in December and share some of our steps forward.
And will any of this information influence our curriculum mapping, or is that just a standalone?
So one of the questions you asked was someone asked benchmarks versus a gap analysis. So our benchmarks are aligned to our curriculum maps. So we are going to have to look at that, and our coaches have been working on with their curriculum teams, so what those major standards are and how they're going to have to maybe update some of that and catch some of those as they weave through where we've seen bigger gaps. So possibly, yes, and we are in curriculum team meetings as we speak, and our curriculum coaches are listening from up above, and they talk, not only they look at this data, but they're identifying those standards that we really need to focus on, as someone mentioned, to keep weaving them through to make sure we continue to teach as we continue to fill gaps.
Okay. If I just add one thing. What the coaches helped us do was prioritize the standards on the curriculum maps to determine the essential standards with teachers, that we would like to cover the essential ones and go deep instead of surface level on all of them.
All right. So as a parent, I would be interested, does this information, would it provide me whether or not my child is on grade level or not for math and reading? And
That is not the
that
true
will not-
purpose,
they will
right?
not tell us.
These assessments, the reason they're different is because they're meant to drive instruction and look for trends because of the loss of in-person instruction. But teachers and principals will see some concerning data or just from a student here or there, and will certainly contact that parent and work with them like they always do. But is it something like a standardized test score that's going to tell you that? That's not the purpose of these.
But wasn't part of that the purpose of that? Because the gap is that they did not get the information in fourth quarter, which means I wouldn't be proficient in, let's take fifth grade math. So when I went to sixth and I got the assessment, and if I don't show any proficiency on, let's say there's a lot of gaps, that means that I really didn't master fifth grade math.
It's certainly a piece of the puzzle, along with the other assessments that the school gives, along with the report card data, along with assessments that are common formative assessments that teachers create. So it's one piece of the puzzle. The expectation is that the teachers are regularly communicating, and this would not be the one piece of the puzzle that you would need to know if your child was behind. You would already know that. But it certainly would be shared and provide that, again, puzzle piece to create that picture. And if a student is behind and we are really concerned, there's a formalized process to bring the parents to the table with the teachers to talk about how we can intervene, what's working, what's not working. So all those processes that we've had are still in place and are still serving us well. But this is new and different, and teachers, again, answering Dr. Menzel's question, how are the kids and how do we know? We changed our whole way of teaching and learning, and the teachers were very concerned and passionate. Am I getting it done? I know all of us lost a lot of sleep over this. So this is one tool to help inform us. You know what? This is something we really need to focus on before getting into this other unit, or we're going to have to end up redoing the whole thing. It is so hard to go back and intervene when you're always playing catch up. And Vice President Beckman, you said that. How do you keep teaching and catching up? If we can be proactive and use this gap analysis data and catch it before we have to go back, because if we just ignore it and keep going on, what we have to catch up on is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's always the struggle in education. How do you keep moving forward and remediate at the same time? So this is a tool to be proactive, so we know how the kids are doing and we know what we need to do.
So then this will be my last question, because I'll go back and I just didn't feel that I really understood the answer. When are you doing it? Are you doing it during the school today, because we're online still? Is that when we're doing it? We are doing it online?
The interventions?
The interventions, so that you are coming in and doing these interventions or remediation right now. And
That question, sure. It's so complicated because
we're either doing it or we're not, though. So
no. We absolutely are.
Okay.
So, for example, Hopi has an intervention block. Other teachers set aside a period of time where they pull small groups, or they use their intervention specialist to pull students aside and focus on one essential skill and remediate and make sure they remediate just in time for the next lesson. Other reading specialists may pre-teach so that they can scaffold. If I just go into a lesson as a student, I'm not ready for it. But if the intervention specialist knows that, pulls me and 3 other students aside and gives me that just-in-time pre-teaching, when I sit in my Tier 1 instruction and listen, I'm actually ready for it. So we can absolutely provide you that data. Everyone does it in so many different ways, because if it was easy and one thing worked for everyone, everybody would be doing it.
Right. So, but as a student in secondary school, middle school, and high school, if they have gaps, they are well aware of it. If they're probably elementary, parents are well aware and have been informed that there are some gaps and their children are working on these interventions.
Absolutely.
So if a parent's out there that hasn't been notified, they should feel comfortable that their child did not have gaps. Would that be a fair assessment?
As a parent, I always want to connect with the teacher, ask those questions. Of course, that you should make that assumption, but I think it's always great to ask specific questions and engage with your teacher. I would never suggest that if you don't hear anything, everything's okay, because there's always room for someone to grow and improve their strengths and challenges to target for every student.
All right, great, thank you very much. Any other questions?
One last
Vice
follow-up
President
on that, just
Beckman?
because you touched on that again, and I know we're running long a little bit here. So I appreciate you touching on those interventions, and hearing about Hopi, et cetera, that's fantastic. At a meeting in the future, I would like to hear about what worked, what didn't work, because, again, I have a hard time imagining it as a high school parent that where are they going to get pulled out of class? Are they just going to get handed more homework at home to go that's kind of remedial, to catch up on? Or what does it look like? If my child was struggling, what is it going to look like to catch them up? Are they going to come in before school? Are they going to, I would like to hear what we're putting in place and is working. And it doesn't have to be necessarily right now, but.
Do you want me to have the secondary teacher try to come up and answer that question?
Sure.
I don't want to put anyone on the spot. But I think we have a couple in the sky and then one.
I want our
or two here.
parents to hear what the expectation can be for their students that have been struggling for a while.
And therefore, they can ask them, ask
Right.
their student directly.
So we are so appreciative of the gap analysis data because that is what's driving the instruction for the teacher to the individual child. So you will see those interventions happening online right now with teachers to each child based on how they scored. Each school does have a different intervention. I believe I started 3 years ago. We actually have an intervention class. That's how I put some of my FTE forward. We have a math intervention class that we offer at Saguaro. We also have an English intervention class at Saguaro. So we look at all of our students very thoroughly the year before when they are course selecting, and we will identify students that need to actually be in that class. So we have an actual class that we offer all year long. But that gap analysis data where you're going to see the intervention that's what's helping the teachers guide that instruction to move students forward. And then I can let Mrs. Bass, if she has an example from English.
Principal Oxinger, that is great. And how is that going to be communicated to parents? Are those classes going to be in the morning before school?
Those classes have been going for 3 years. It's a class in their schedule.
In their schedule?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the interventions themselves are occurring right now in the classrooms every day for
Okay.
students.
Good,
So
because
it's not a pullout. I've been in schools before where you are, for lack of better words, hammering a child that's struggling in a content area with more and more and more. I heard you say that, and we all know that that is not what works. So.
And we're going to over-communicate this with our parents, I hope, because I think most parents, especially of teens out there, there were a couple times that, even when school was regularly in session, that like a month into school, I found out that there was something available after school that they could have been going to all along, but they just didn't bother telling me
We
to
offer
help out
tutoring
with them.
after school,
So I
Monday
want to
through
make sure that it is communicated left and right for those parents that feel like their child needs a little extra help. Okay, thanks.
Board Member Greenberg.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I think the word intervention was perhaps the question there, but the whole purpose of gap analysis is to drive the teacher's instruction of the students. There are then additional help needed potentially for certain students beyond that, but it's a classroom driver metric. That's the purpose of the gap analysis. It's also why it's different than.
It is different.
Yeah.
One real quick question. What happened to 12th grade? It wasn't put up there. Did we not do 12th grade assessment?
You know what, we do have, and Lindsay's on the phone, she wanted to put up 12th grade math. We're actually still doing 12th grade ELA right now, they're not done yet.
Oh, okay.
So it's in progress.
I'm sure some 12th
No,
grade
it's a good
parents
question.
out there were going, wait a second.
Yes.
Did they not assess my
They're-
child? And they're almost, done here.
They are,
Okay.
yeah, they are on the list.
All right. Did anybody else have any other questions? All right. Well, I want to thank Dr. Guerin, Dr. Bachna, Cheryl Redner, Tim Fountain, Saguaro High School, Hopi, Diane Murphy, Paul Becker. Let's see if I can get everybody. Was that everybody? Donna Dempsey.
And
Were they
Lindsay-
part
Dr.
of
Lindsay
Hopi
Gilbert.
and Saguaro? All right. Thank you so much. All right, we will be moving on to Return to Learn plan for secondary schools. Dr. Menzel, would you please begin?
Thank you, President Beckham, President Beckman, and Vice President Beckman, and members of the governing board. As you know, a lot of work has been done in taking the next step and returning to in-person learning. And if we can advance to the next slide, I want to just kind of set the stage for our presentation with Dr. Sakos and Dr. Guerin by starting with a quick overview of the Arizona Department of Health Services reopening criteria, then looking at the approved phased-in return-to-learn plan that the governing board adopted, spending a little bit of time looking at the data from September 9th that informed the decisions that we've made, and then we'll turn to what the specific next steps are. And one of the things that I want to point out is during the course of this presentation, we have a lot of parents that have asked questions since the commitment forms were sent on Friday and over the weekend. Thank you. And so we've created a specific Let's Talk secondary natural hybrid link on our website. I'm hoping that it's also available on the YouTube channel so that specific questions can be put in the Let's Talk dialogue system, and we have individuals standing by right now ready to respond to the questions that are being submitted, and they'll continue to do so throughout the course of this board meeting. We'll also be able to respond to questions that come in overnight before commitment forms are due. But going back to the standards, there have been some level of confusion with respect to where we are in this process. And I just thought a reminder of the metrics that the governing board adopted would be important. So we are relying on the Arizona Department of Health Services red, yellow, and green metrics in those three core areas. The first being the number of cases, the second being percent positivity, and the third, COVID-like illness. And as you know, for more than a month now, Scottsdale Unified School District and the 15 zip codes that we're utilizing to measure our data has been solidly in the yellow category, or moderate transmission of COVID. And to that end, we are not in a position of a full return. So back in July, when we adopted our initial plan, we talked about parents selecting EDL full return or Scottsdale online. When parents selected EDL full return, there was a qualifier when safe to do so. That wasn't defined at the July meeting because we didn't have these benchmark metrics from Arizona Department of Health Services until August. On August 18th, the governing board adopted these standards, and so we've been using this as the framing for our next steps on the return to learn in person. The approved plan that was adopted on September 9th included a phased-in return to learn in person. September 14th, we welcomed back special education students and special programs and preschool students. On September 21st, we welcomed back our K-2 students, which was last Monday, and today was the first day for students in grades 3 through 5. During the course of our presentations over the last few weeks, we've also talked about the fact that the strategy for serving our elementary students and the strategy for serving middle school and high school students would look different, in large part because of the complexity of our middle school and high school schedules and the numbers of students that we're serving. We'll talk a little bit more about that as I turn over the detailed part of the presentation to Dr. Sakos and Dr. Guerin. But based on the data, we've used the language natural hybrid, and I'll go through some of that, but you'll recall we surveyed our parents asking two core questions. One was to assess level of risk, how many parents were ready to return immediately versus how many wanted to wait till the metrics were in green or there was a vaccine. And it just gave us a general indicator of risk tolerance. Second question then was ready to return, full return was the way it's framed with safety measures in place. Second option was hybrid. The third was remain in enhanced distance learning until the metrics are green for 2 weeks. And we had that data, and we'll review that in just a minute for middle school and high school. What we said the data suggested was that there was a natural divide within our community, and that we believe that opened up the door for what we were calling a natural hybrid. What we found out in the elementary is that of those families that were in enhanced distance learning full return, anywhere from 80 to 90% of the families chose to come back in person. And so now our split, while still meeting the definition of hybrid, because under ADHS guidelines as well as CDC, a hybrid is some students in person and some students in line. Of those that were in enhanced distance learning, rather than being a 50-50 split there, it was closer to 80% of the families wanting to return to learn in person. And so we've made that adjustment. As a district, we made a commitment that we would not have more students in any particular class than we could accommodate with a minimum of 3 feet of separation between students. So we've implemented mitigating strategies in the elementary. You'll hear about how we're going to approach that in the high school as well. The recommendation for after fall break is through December 18th, and that's what parents are being asked to commit to. We are not yet in a position to talk about second semester. So, as you know, we've been adapting to the reality on the ground with respect to what's happening in terms of COVID transmission in our community. We are learning each day as we have students back on campus what's working, what needs to be changed, and we're continuing to use the benchmark metrics to determine what's possible, and that has guided the decision-making process. So just a quick review of the data here. I'm looking at my computer screen because my eyes aren't good enough to see across the way. When we asked middle school families about their readiness to return, 50% said now. The other 50% were either benchmark metrics being met, a vaccine, or through the rest of the year. Under the learning model recommended, full return with safety, but while in yellow, 41% of the parents said that's what they were ready for. 34% indicated they wanted to remain in enhanced distance learning and fully return when the metrics are green. And then another 25% were interested in the hybrid model. At the high school level, those numbers shift just a little bit. It was actually surprising. So 47% were ready to return, and then another 53% were between metrics being in green or a vaccine in the rest of the year. Under the learning model preference, 37% said full return with safety, but while in yellow, 32% said the hybrid model, and 31% said EDL with full return. This was the group that had the largest number talking about a hybrid. Now, as you recall, both in July and when we reviewed these in September, the hybrid option as presented only had students coming in person 2 days a week. In the first model, it was 2 full days. In the second model, it was 2 half days, but it was 2 days a week. What will be proposed tonight is not a hybrid in that sense. We've got students returning in person 5 days a week. It's a modified schedule for reasons that our team will talk about, but it is not a hybrid in the sense of the models that were previously considered and not supported. So I just want to reiterate that as we have gone through this process, there have been a lot of people working in it to ensure that we're able to meet the needs of all of our students. Many of our students that chose enhanced distance learning full return did so because they could not get the classes that they wanted and needed in Scottsdale Online. It could have been because they're in the IB program. It could have been because they're in a different specialty program, honors or AP classes that weren't available. And so we recognize that the decisions that we made in July impact the decisions that we can make now. And our goal is to be able to meet the needs of all our students as best we can. And I truly am appreciative of the uncounted hours that our team has put to bring forward this recommendation on next steps. I think it represents the best solution at the present time. And as we continue to implement our phased-in return to learn, I think that you'll see that this represents something that allows us to be able to move forward, but also to go in reverse if required based on the benchmark metrics. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Guerin to continue the conversation.
Thank you, President Beckham, Governing Board members, Dr. Menzel, Cabinet, and guests. I am excited to present the Building the Return to Learn Secondary Natural Hybrid Model. I want to just thank the 50 committee members that make up the Return to Learn Committee. Some of them have been with us since late May, when we were first tasked with building a Return to Learn plan that had at-home learning, a hybrid model, and full return. We then pivoted to developing expectations to improve our learning model from quarter 4 to quarter one, and I think that was done with great success. So much hard work with building consistency and expectations. Then, as the new metrics came out and the board adopted them, we were tasked with developing a hybrid model, and that led to the development of a natural hybrid model. And as Dr. Menzel shared, it was certainly different with secondary and elementary. So I'm here with Dr. Sackos tonight to present our work. Every time we start a new phase of this committee work, we talk about what our purpose is and what our priorities are. And we agree on this as a committee. And when the work gets hard and opinions differ, we're always drawn back to our purpose and our priorities. And that helps steady us as a large group, because this is something that none of us have ever faced before, and it's very hard to reinvent your education system. We certainly want to meet the needs of every student. So our purpose in this phase of our committee work was to very quickly recommend a secondary learning model to support students' in-person learning during a natural hybrid. Just as important is to recommend a secondary learning model that will support students during EDL Extend, and a student could be in EDL Extend if their families do not feel ready to come back, or if a student becomes ill while they are learning in person and need to revert back to EDL Extend. We talked about our priorities. They were, of course, student and staff safety. Those have been priorities throughout all of our work. We felt that we needed consistency between middle and high school. Our mantra was safe, simple, and scalable. We are a unified school district with multiple campuses that have uniqueness each up to their own. We need a plan that will endure throughout the second quarter and could potentially revert back to online learning if needed. And we had to minimize disruption to schedule and teacher changes. These are, in many cases, credit-bearing courses and have a great impact on students' trajectory and their future. And so that was really a priority for us moving forward. I have 2 slides of committee members that I would like to acknowledge, and I wish all of them could be here in person. I did highlight committee members that served on the secondary natural hybrid work group. We had such a short timeline, and it had to put intense hours into a couple weeks. So a small group was able to work very hard to bring recommendations and thoughts back to the full committee. So if the name is highlighted, they were not only on the committee, they were on the work group that also helped behind the scenes countless hours. So I'll just take a minute to thank those committee members, and they represented all stakeholder groups. So as Dr. Menzel shared, there are some unique secondary challenges that we had to take into consideration when building the secondary model. The first is the number of students on each campus. In some cases, we have thousands of students on a secondary campus. And even at the middle school level, we could have 500, 600, or 700 students in one grade level. So that is just something that is so very different than in an elementary campus. The other challenge that is unique to secondary is mixing groups of students for each period. For the most part, elementary students are in one class for a majority of the day. We know in secondary, potentially every 43, 44 minutes, you switch to another class period and are with a new group of students. Passing periods every 45 minutes is also unique to secondary. Large lunch crowds are unique to secondary. And the credit-bearing courses, that this is so important for students for their future as they move on their pathway to a high school diploma and beyond. To manage these challenges, a shortened day mitigates risk. And I want to be clear that we are not recommending a half day. The shortened day is actually 2/3 of the regular school day. It would reduce passing periods. It eliminates the large lunch challenges, and it provides continuity for credit-bearing courses. We felt we absolutely could not change the master schedule, change students' teachers or classes midstream in secondary. And also, this allows us to provide synchronous, engaging instruction, whether a student is in person or EDL Extend. They need access to their current teacher and current class. So I'd like to give some overview components of the plan and then show you the graphic that was provided in the commitment form. So I'm really hoping that this will provide some clarity. So the most important is that in-person students at both middle and high school would spend 2/3 of their day on campus 5 days a week. A majority of the middle and high school schedule would run in person 7:45 to 11:50. For Mountainside and Copper Ridge, their start times are a little later, so their dismissal times are later. And of course, this is with transportation. This aligns with the current high school model, which is the 1, 2, 3 in one day and 4, 5, 6 in the next day. And it really builds on that by providing a longer period block schedule. It provides in-person instruction for 3 class periods a day. What was very important to the committee was that EDL Extend students will receive synchronous instruction with their current teacher in the afternoon. So they have that engaging content, synchronous instruction with the teacher, live teaching. Some classes in the morning will be live streamed to provide EDL students additional opportunities to view the in-person learning. And as we know, we have 600 cameras. Some are already installed, as Dr. Menzel shared, and many are on the way. We are working fast and furious on that. But we already have live streaming going on. I was in several elementary classrooms last week and this week. This just takes it up a notch, and you'll see an example of that soon. It does require asynchronous instructional minutes to ensure appropriate pacing through the curriculum. So students will be working on their own, either in the morning or the afternoon when they're not receiving live synchronous instruction from their teacher. I want to note that students in special education, special programs, and I have the acronyms on the slide, are going to continue with their full day schedule. Those class sizes are smaller. We have already launched those programs full day, and those will continue. Secondary students attending K-8 schools will be dismissed after the 3 periods of a day, while the elementary students on the same campus will continue with their current dismissal time, and we have plans to navigate around that, but I wanted to be clear on that. So when you look at the graphic, this in essence is a 1-2-1-2-1-2 model. So there isn't a Monday or a Friday with a different day. It just continues. So we would provide this schedule. So for example, on Monday, if I went to Mojave Middle School and I was an in-person student, I would arrive at 7:45 and I would take 3 block classes. So instead of 43, 44 minutes of instruction, I would get approximately 73 minutes of instruction. Now, that could vary by a minute or two depending on the size of the campus and the passing periods required. We want to minimize passing periods so students get quickly to where they need to go. But you'll see that the passing periods required for a block schedule are much less than if we were trying to rotate through 6 or 7 periods plus a lunch. After that is finished at about 11:45 for most students, they can grab a sack lunch and head home. Those students will then begin their asynchronous learning in the afternoon. And that is work that is provided and learning that is provided by the teacher. In the afternoon, those same teachers will then teach periods 1, 2, and 3. So as Dr. Menzel stated, we expect about 85 to 90% of the students currently to return to in-person. So in these afternoon EDL classrooms, they are 36 minutes, but it is very conceivable there might be only 6, 7, 8, 9 students in them. They're going to be very small. If you think of a classroom and you tease away only 10% or 12% of the students, and then we also have some students on Scottsdale Online. This is going to be really focused small group instruction. So it's less time, but it's less students, and you're not managing the logistics of a live in-person classroom. So it's very focused. And we are optimistic that in many cases, the EDL student will be able to watch the live stream lecture in the morning and then engage with their teacher in the afternoon. If the classroom is not live streamed, the teacher will plan very engaging, flipped model, project-based instruction. So they might be reading an article and crafting their own discussion questions. And then the next day, they have that robust discussion with the other students in the class with the teacher. So we're maximizing the time that we have with students. And this would be, on Mondays, it would be period 1, 2, 3. On Tuesdays, 4, 5, 6. So the teacher is teaching 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, Tuesday, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, and this would just continue 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So, for example, in this schedule, you'll see Friday is 1, 2, 3, so Monday begins 4, 5, 6. So there are pros and cons, and I cannot tell you the amount of hours we spent as a committee and as principals and as cabinet and as incident command team looking at all the different options with the pros and cons. For this model, the pros are that teachers are providing that engaging synchronous instruction for all SUSD students, that we're not blowing up the master schedule, that the teacher changes or the teachers are the same and the schedule is the same. The plan is reversible if we need to revert back all online. It limits the passing periods. It limits the number of students that students would be around every day for both students and teachers. There's alignment between our middle and high schools for continuity. Asynchronous time allows for social emotional support and intervention that we talked about that was so important that we can provide with our specialists and our social workers when they're not engaged with synchronous learning. And lunch is grab and go for our secondary campuses, so we don't have 700 or 800 students trying to go to lunch at the same time. The challenges, of course, this is still not the way school was pre-COVID. And we understand that that's where we all want to be, and that is not our reality. But this is 2/3 of a full day in-person instruction, maximizing the time we have on campus. EDL is synchronous. Our committee said EDL students, though they will have an asynchronous instruction, they have to have a committed amount of time to engage with their teacher and their classmates from their home school, and this provides that. Teachers do not see all classes each day, but there are many schools around the country pre-COVID that embrace the block schedule because you can go deeper and longer with instruction when you're not changing every 45 minutes. So it is a model that is tried and true and suits our needs here. There is a perception of a slower pace of the curriculum, and Dr. Sakos and I were just talking today about being parents of secondary students and how my child has never worked harder or put more hours in. And I think secondary students can say that for a majority of the students, that it is not a slower pace of curriculum, that we are keeping up. There's just more time where you are working on your own versus sitting at a desk working on your own. Accountability of completing coursework during asynchronous time is something that's a challenge. Our teachers, our principals pick up the phone, connect with families. I didn't see you engage on the computer today. What can I do to support you? We need assessments to be fair and consistent, whether they are EDL or in person. And we also want to make sure that we are protecting that teaching instructional time. So as of right now, we want assessments to take place outside of the synchronous learning, to keep it fair and consistent and not to take time up with the teacher just watching while students are taking assessments. And with just the same as the elementary model, if the number of students selecting this option results in our inability to provide 3 feet of social distancing in our secondary classes, we're going to have an overflow plan. So our principals are looking at their data right now. They're looking at how many students are going to come back in person, how many want to stay on EDL Extend, how many students are in the class. And we're going to look for those hot spots. We're going to find if there's another place we can move that class on a campus. And if there's not, we may have to rotate students to a secondary location on that campus. Maybe every third day you're not in the room and we're live streaming. So we're going to have to figure out a way to make that work, and we're going to really try to mitigate that. But it also, the natural hybrid is also based on how many people come back full return. Because if you want to run a model 5 days a week, 2/3 of the day, that takes a majority of your time. So that is definitely a challenge. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Sackos to get into the specifics of minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Guerin. Good evening, Governing Board, Dr. Menzel, and those of you joining us tonight in person or online. So some of the questions that we've been receiving since the survey was launched last Friday was around how does the instructional minutes compare to pre-COVID days, to what we're doing right now, to what is being proposed for our students returning in person and for our EDL students. And I want to reiterate that right now we count instructional minutes based on the synchronous and asynchronous time built into the school day. And so that is where, again, our students meet those instructional minutes that are required by the state. So with that, as Dr. Guerin mentioned, depending on the campus, this is just a sample comparison for a high school. We know that Coronado High School goes an additional 13 minutes a day, so they're going to have some variance in the minutes, and we know that the physical plant of some of our campuses is so large that there may be more passing time in between. But this will give you a snapshot of what it really looks like, our pre-COVID, what I'm calling in that first column, the normal schedule. And so if you look at that, our normal schedule prior to COVID was a 6-period day, and the average time of each class period was 54 minutes. An average passing time of 6 minutes, 6 times you pass, so there's 36 minutes in passing. And if you multiply out the class period 54 times the periods, then you get 324 minutes of class period. That doesn't necessarily mean instructional time, that's class period, because we're able to account passing periods in our instructional time as we report to the state. So if you look at the instructional time, our normal schedule would include a lot of synchronous activities. So that not only includes the direct instruction, but your group work, your class work, your homework, assessments, some interventions and enrichment that happen no matter what. And then for science in particular, a lab setup would take extra time. So as we move into the second column there, we're looking at our current EDL schedule in which it's 3 periods a day for high school. This is a high school example. And so right now, there are 2 passing periods between period 1 and 2 and 2 and 3, and those are 15 minutes. So we're utilizing 30 minutes right now for passing. If you look at the 60 minutes a day times 3, there's 180 minutes of class time. So that is split between the synchronous time is that 180 minutes, primarily used for direct instruction during that particular class period, leaving the asynchronous time to do some of the things that we would otherwise do in a regular school setting, such as the group work, the class work, the homework, assessments, the interventions and enrichment. And in this case, it's provided an opportunity for students after school to join groups with their social worker or their counselor, which we have a high number of students self-reporting that they want to participate in groups, which is great. That again, we've seen our participation really increase over time, and that they're getting the support that they need. That third column reflects what we're talking about tonight, and that is in the phased in-person return, that's 3 periods a day. Right now, that looks on an average about 73 minutes per class period. Again, note here that we're going to reduce the amount of passing time from 15 minutes down to 6. So that is 12 minutes of passing time at school, and again, may vary a little bit. Desert Mountain to go from the 1,000 to the 7,000, for those of you that know, that building takes a lot longer, or a little bit longer, I should say, than that 6 minutes. And when you look at the minutes here, when you calculate them out, that 73 minutes by 3 class periods, you're looking at 219 minutes of your synchronous instruction. And again, that focus on synchronous instruction is intended for that direct instruction, hitting those essential standards during that class period. So we're proud that we're able to move in this new model to increasing the amount of synchronous instruction, noting that in the afternoon, in the asynchronous, would be that group work, the classwork, homework, assessments, interventions, and we heard tonight how important those interventions and even enrichment is critical, and then the social emotional learning that happens in the afternoon. Dr. Guerin talked about the perception of the EDL in the afternoon. Again, they would still have those 3 periods, 36 minutes in per class period, intended for, again, that direct instruction, and with a smaller group, being able to get right to the content and answer those questions within a smaller group. So as of today, midday, I had the principals give me an idea of where they're trending right now, and it's very, to the EDL students that want to return back to campus, and it's trending very much the same as elementary. We're looking at 81 to 90% as of the response rate this afternoon at our campuses. So with that, students in EDL Extend would have 108 minutes of that synchronous instruction. And of course, we want in the asynchronous environment for them, we want to make sure that we give our teachers the tools to utilize technology to maximize at-home instruction. So on that next slide, I'll talk about what that looks like a little bit more, and then as well as that continued group work, classwork, assessments and interventions, and social emotional learning. Looking at a schedule comparison for middle school, there's a lot of different variables in the middle school schedule between announcements, reading time, and again, passing time. So again, this varies. I do want to mention that Mountainside Middle School is on a 8 periods a day because of MYP, and Cheyenne has 7 because of their required humanities, and also they also take Spanish. So again, there's some variance in some of our schedules. But looking at a normal day, going back, that was on an average of 53 minutes. Looking at the shortened passing period, campuses at the middle level are much smaller. They would take about 3 minutes per campus, multiply that out, 18 minutes. Again, synchronous instruction in a normal day would be that 318 minutes. Same concept with defining synchronous and asynchronous across the board. If I look at the second column, the current EDL schedule, our middle schools are currently on their 6-period day, unless they are the campuses, like I mentioned, who are specialty programs like Mountainside or Cheyenne. And right now, they have 10 minutes in between their passing, and so they're spending 60 minutes in passing. So you can look there to see their synchronous instruction is 270. On a phased return, as proposed tonight, again, the 73 minutes on average for the class periods, reducing the amount of time that they actually transition in those passing periods with a total of 12 minutes of passing, and then calculating out that would be 219 minutes of synchronous instruction. And then the same for middle school as it was high school with the EDL Extend and those 3 periods a day. So hopefully that helped provide a little bit of visual of the differences to where we were in our normal schedule, where we are now, and where we're continuing to move forward. And of course, this discussion is for us to conclude semester 1. With that, as Dr. Guerin mentioned, we're really hoping that we continue to grow the number of teachers that are utilizing the camera, and I'm going to show a video in just a minute. This will help with the asynchronous minutes for EDL Extend students, enhancing afternoon instruction. So again, if the class is able to live stream, then you're really going back and doing some more small group discussion and then checking for understanding and asking some questions. And then also provide support for the overflow classrooms if students' numbers exceed capacity. Additional tools outside of this video I'm going to show you is what our teachers are currently utilizing through Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, and Zoom. And then this one here is the Screencastify for remote learning. So as a parent of 2 high school students, so I often see teachers that'll pre-record a 15, 20-minute lecture, and they watch that during their asynchronous time, and then they come back ready for discussion the next day. So definitely we're building the tools that our teachers have so that, again, we can maximize any asynchronous time regardless of our students. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this 30-second video. Oops. Cannot download. Oop. Oh, Jonathan, he's taken control. There it is. Thank you, Jonathan.
Where it would be the map at the front of the classroom. And what's great about this is I can actually zoom in. If I wanted to do a geography lesson, and I can also move it up and down. Preset 6 is me at the calendar. This is where I like to actually talk about different school events, early release, holidays.
I feel like just snapping my fingers and like pretending this is magic. All right, thank you, Jonathan. The next portion of this provides information that we did share at our last presentation, but for those members of our community who have not seen this, we just want to reinforce, again, our safety measures for our students and staff. And that begins with before our students arrive on campus, while on our buses, and in our classrooms. So I'll be talking about what it looks like in the classrooms themselves, share what some alternative spaces are that principals are preparing for, and then athletics. So with that, again, we're really hoping that all of our parents are partners and help us keep their students home when they're sick. And so all parents will be expected to perform assessment of their child's health before leaving home, including temperature checks and other COVID-like symptoms. Parents are encouraged to send their child to school with a filled water bottle and clean masks. Masks will be available if needed on the bus and at the school. Parents, we're asking you to update your parent view contact information should we have to call you and ask you to pick up your ill student, ideally within a 60-minute time frame. It's important to note that our health offices will have quarantine rooms for any student showing COVID-like symptoms to be able to keep them separated from any well students that may be coming down. The district will collaborate and take guidance from Maricopa County Department of Public Health in the event a student or staff member contracts COVID-19. On our buses, and I forget the gentleman's name, but thank you. On our buses, bus drivers, or bus riders, drivers, monitors, and students will be required to wear a mask during transport. Each bus will be equipped with extra PPE and cleaning supplies. Daily inspection requirements will include sanitizing procedures after each school run and at the end of the school day. And air conditioners will be used with a few windows slightly open to allow for that airflow. And air conditioners will be turned to the fresh air cycle when possible. This will result in an increase in the temperature on the bus on hot days, but certainly provide that airflow that is recommended. On our campuses, proper ventilation and filtration. So I'll sound like I know what the MERV 8 and the MERV 13 is, but the MERV 13 is what we're putting in our filtration system, which is a higher grade than what we have in our ventilation systems now. Students and staff will be expected to follow all safety protocols, including wearing masks. Students will be allowed to remove masks when eating or drinking. Frequent hand washing will be encouraged at regular intervals throughout the day with both soap and water and hand sanitizer. A signage about face coverings, hand washing, and physical distancing has been placed strategically throughout the school and in the school buildings. And the borrowing of shared items will be restricted. Typically, this doesn't happen too much at the secondary level like the elementary, but teachers will reinforce if a student needs a pencil, they can take a pencil from the new pencil box and not return it. Health offices will be managed to provide appropriate quarantine rooms, as I mentioned earlier. On our campuses, again, visitors, we are currently not allowing visitors to campus due to the safety and health of all of our students and staff. And this no visitors also includes no drop-off or delivery of items such as lunches, homework, athletic equipment, etc. Front desk and copy center volunteers shall not be permitted until further notice. We appreciate you very much. Please come back when we know it's safe to do so, but at this time we will not be allowing that. No classroom volunteers. Parents shall contact front office to schedule an appointment in lieu of a drop-in visit, so we can really limit the number of parents coming in at once. So in our classrooms, this is a picture. This is actually an elementary classroom. These desks are actually spaced 4 feet from head to head, and this is one of our campuses. It's important to note that daily cleaning protocols based on CDC guidance will be followed with an emphasis on the frequent cleaning of high-touch and high-traffic areas. Classrooms and high-traffic areas will be stocked with sanitizing chemical, paper towels, and hand sanitizer. And hand sanitizer has been provided in key locations throughout every site for the health and safety of our students and staff. Use of alternative spaces. Here's a couple examples. The left one should look very familiar to you. A room we have not been in a while, but this is the Coronado High School boardroom. So you can see this is actually the home of our current EDL camp that has been occurring for some time, and this is how it has been spaced, and it's been working really well. And then this is a shot into Desert Mountain High School's library, where you can see that we can still allow for ample spacing in a class size of 36 if we had to. But again, a larger space if we had to move a teacher who with a larger class size to a space that would accommodate them to ensure that 3 feet of distancing apart. On our athletic fields, we have had student athletes and coaches and staff participating for a while now. And students and staff obviously are expected to follow the protocols. They have actually been doing the temperature checks because we know athletes will take off their mask and be in closer contact than what we're expecting our students to come in contact with at in the classroom. And when they are not engaging in aerobic activity, they have to keep their masks on. All of our athletic directors, coaches must participate in COVID-19 training protocols, and that began in the summertime. And we also are fortunate to have our athletic trainers at each high school through Pro Sports Performance that also serve as our lead, our COVID lead for our athletics that collaborate directly with our principals and athletic directors. In addition, for athletics, increased sanitation of balls and equipment, as well as limiting spacing in the weight rooms to 50%, emphasizing that proper hygiene. We have our first game coming up for football this Friday night, and we are limiting game spectators to 2 family members of participants. So regardless if it's volleyball, football, band, pom, cheer, it's two family members that can attend. And when you calculate that up with the home side and the guest side, that does equate to quite a number of individuals still. We have live streaming options this year, which has been in the works for a while, but it couldn't be more timely. You're now available to watch the games in the main gyms and on the football fields for those that don't feel comfortable or who are unable to attend. So that information is going out to our high school parents. And middle school sports will resume when we return October 12th. And follow the same safety protocols as we have for our high schools, and we're hoping to begin the training next week, September 30th, for our middle school students. With that, in terms of next steps, while the survey has not closed yet, principals have already began to look at their data. They were looking at it all weekend long, texting the trends and emailing, here's where we are, here's our percentage rate. But we have to be able to analyze the results of those commitment forms. We knew our meeting was tonight, and we're hoping that we have a lot of our families listening to the presentation, that we can provide clarification. Then, of course, with our Q&A with the team tonight, and we are going to extend the commitment forms until noon tomorrow. Wednesday, September 30th. We have to plan for in-person and EDL extend, continue to build the tools and professional development for whether, students are coming back to the classroom or staying on EDL. So for those two groups that our teachers are going to be teaching, we need to determine those class sections, as Dr. Guerin mentioned, that are high, our classes with the number of students, and begin to plan for alternative space. The last resort is changing schedules. For those of you that had students in high school or have students in high school, it can be quite the challenge to change a teacher midstream. We also have began to plan and will continue to plan for safe places for students to learn. For our secondary students needing to remain on campus for afternoon support, whether it's academic or social emotional. This is parallel somewhat to what we're doing right now for EDL camp at Coronado and Saguaro High School. However, this will be site-based. Oh, I guess I'm done. Thank you, Jonathan. And then we also know that we have to begin right after we return and get settled into quarter two, that we have to begin looking at building a learning model for second semester for January. It is every intent that in January, the metrics looks good, that we'll be able to have a full day, 7 periods a day, or maybe consider a block schedule, but we know we need to begin that planning and that engagement with our stakeholders and our community as soon as we can, and to allow our principals to make adjustments to the master schedule. So with that, now, Jonathan, questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Sackos. Board members, do you have any questions? Board Member Greenberg.
So thank you for that, and I appreciate briefly going over the statistics at the beginning of this, because the survey results showed for K-5 and our K-8 schools on the whole had 50+%, well over 50% of wanting to return to in-person learning. And that isn't the same for our middle and high schools, especially our high schools, where that was the rarer result. So I do appreciate that. But with that said, I'm a little concerned. Well, I have a number of concerns, but one of the ideas was that at the K-5 and K-8 levels, or at least the K-5 level, you would be able to maintain that 50 to 60% and have a big chunk of people on EDL, forgetting that a lot of our parents choose our schools based on who their teachers are. So they wanted to stick with our teachers, which is a great thing, good sign for our teachers that we have such high quality teachers. But when they were presented the plan, it was very much a case of, we don't know if we're going to have our teacher, so I'm going to ask my teacher, are they doing in-person or virtual? And whatever they're doing, that's what I'm going to sign up for. And so naturally, tons of people, just to avoid confusion, chose in-person, more so than the survey suggested would. And additionally, we had some specialty programs like our Spanish immersion program, all that, so that naturally attracted more. We've seemed to assume that the same will be true at the middle school and high school level, even though this plan is premised on the concept that you will have the same teacher whether you do EDL or do in person. So if the EDL is larger in class size than these small ones that we're talking about, if instead of 7 to 8 students, we have 15 students and then 15 students in person, does that change the logic of this model? Because you have 75 minutes of in-person instruction, now you have, but even an even smaller class, and then you have a larger class than we anticipate with only 36 minutes of instruction. That seems a little unfair.
So, Board Member Greenberg, what we're seeing right now is, and we have a good amount of survey return, we're seeing it trend over 80% to 90% right now. So there could conceivably be a class that's a little larger. I think that would be an anomaly. And so if we have something outside the norm, we can certainly, what we've done at the elementary level is look to see if something is not fitting the pattern, how can we provide additional support to that teacher or staff? But even 15 is still small. And I just think as we're building this, we're not going to be able to make everything fit equal in all situations.
So if you are concerned about, so if you are concerned about your child's health to the point that you feel that it's the right thing to do to stay online via EDL, you will receive half the instructional time on the idea that that is actually basically the same amount of time because it's one-on-one instruction.
And anyone, when I was a teacher, there's so much logistics, right, to in-person learning.
Right.
So getting the class settled, getting supplies turned out, all of that takes a huge chunk of time. So what we're asking online is it's just right to the direct instruction.
So the 80 to 90% that you just quoted, that's for the middle and high school survey results we've received already. Out of
Yes.
how many?
I don't have the exact numbers.
Yeah, it really varies by site right now because, and we understand the lockdown situation for clarification tonight.
Mm.
Get more specifics to make a decision. So it really varies by campus. We just wanted an idea to see what was really trending, and that's what we've seen as of midday today.
Frankly, my greater concern is so many returning that we have to have some overflow spots or alternatives for classrooms, not the opposite. That's my greater concern with what we're seeing with the data.
Okay, so could we receive that data once it's done, finalize? Because, all right. I mean, it seems like quite, let me ask another question. If a student is in Algebra 1 at Arcadia High School, or Algebra 2, or Geometry, Geotrig, Calculus, and that same class is taught at Chaparral, my assumption is the students are not necessarily in the same place instructionally. It's not as if I just moved into that class at Chaparral that I could be behind or I could be ahead, just depending on where the chips fall. So it's not as if we can just put a camera in one of those teachers' rooms and then move the EDL students to that.
Not at this juncture, but we haven't talked about moving high school students to different teachers. Part of this design is to make sure that students get to stay with their teacher for the next 41 days.
Yeah,
After fall break, there's 41 days left, and so we're trying to get through the end of the semester without disrupting the teacher assignment.
Right. No, I appreciate that. I don't know. I mean, a lot of the EDL families, understandably, at the elementary level already felt, and the change of teacher was a big part of that. But I think if we had told them that they will keep the same teacher but have half the instructional time, they would still, I mean, I don't know how many people are really going to go for that at all. And I would agree, I mean, I don't have the numbers, but if the issue is that like 90%, pretty much everyone's going back, it is de facto full reopening. I mean, it's not because of the definition of hybrid, but I mean, the point is that it's basically reopened. So I'll let my colleagues talk, but I just have to mull this over a little bit because it is only 40 days. So, I mean, I could easily ask, well, if it's 40 days and this is what we're going to jerry-rig, wouldn't we rather just plan for second semester for full reopening or something? I mean, it just all seems.
The challenge is that there are too many students who are really struggling because they're not learning in a virtual environment. And so if we can't get students back on campus, we're going to be even further behind. And so that's why we've created the options for families, those that need to be back in person and those that need to remain online for different reasons. There's no perfect solution in the pandemic. And we do believe that we can approach some things differently second semester, including the ability to have cameras in more classrooms to be able to support toggling back and forth between in-person and online. But at the end of the day, if we didn't move forward with our mitigation strategies, I think we lose a lot of kids. And that's part of my concern. We've just seen what a difference it makes, even with starting with our K-2 students now. And I know for our middle school and high school students, having school every day in person for 5 days a week, even if it's not a full day, is going to be something that will benefit their learning and social emotional health. And my worry is that if in the next 41 days we didn't offer that, we would have some other challenges to deal with.
Well, and I agree with that because I've spoken to students who say, this is fantastic, I don't have to carry all my textbooks in because, I don't know, well, okay, yeah, it's very heavy to carry all those textbooks. So the students like it. The parents are not super happy about it. I mean, that's anecdotal. So that's a good thing that the students have the opportunity to be in person, which is where they need to be and what they want. It seems like here, it just, for me personally, I don't know how my colleagues feel, but it seems like we've essentially forced half of our families who did not want to return to in-person learning now to basically do that in order to maintain the quality of education. And it seems, yes, the families I speak to are choosing that, but it's not that wouldn't be their first preference, but for the fact that they are worried that the quality of EDL is naturally going to be disruptive or go down compared to now the in-person learning. So it's not, for me, it's not that we don't have students who are struggling that need to be in there. One of my closest friends and part employer, his child goes to one of our high schools, and I know firsthand, that's where he needs to be, and I want him to be there. I want this opportunity. This 80, 90%, I mean, that's such a statistical difference from what those same families told us 2 weeks ago, that it's not just that they're changing their minds over 2 weeks, because it's not as if this virus has disappeared. I'm going to guess specifically because they feel that the EDL is just not going to be sufficient for their child. So I think there's no perfect solution. I do think that the balance that's often struck is not really one in line with what the original data showed. That would be my comment there, but I'll let my colleagues comment and then I'll think about it.
Vice President Beckman.
Thank you for this. It was quite comprehensive and lengthy. I appreciate that. I thought, our parents are our partners in educating our kids, and as well as our teachers are. And I think we need to acknowledge that this schedule is going to be quite challenging for our families. made a comment on early release. We did it years ago when my kids were younger, and this will be the same thing. I work full-time, and my husband works, and leaving in the middle of the day to figure out how to cart your kids around is going to be difficult for a lot of our families, so we need to acknowledge that. I understand there are no perfect solutions, but having acknowledged that, I would ask or challenge our leadership to look at the day, be bold, have creative conversations around the day, and see where we can make improvements that make things easier for our families. For example, I have shared this with Dr. Menzel. We got an email from a parent who has a high school son that runs cross country, open enrolled. The child or the student drives 15 minutes to school every day. He's going to be running in the morning at 5:30 or whatever time cross country meets. The locker rooms are closed because of COVID, so he's going to be driving home to have a quick shower, driving back to have the school day, leaving again at noon, and then coming back for robotics at like 2:40. When you look at the statistics on like teens and driving, et cetera, this parent is very despondent, and it's one of her 4 kids. So I would ask our district and leadership to look at things like the time frames and say, how can we, if this is what we land on, how can we make this easier for our families? Because it is going to be quite challenging. The question that I have is about our asynchronous learning as well. So in a normal environment, our kids are going to school all day and then they have homework at night. What I would ask is, I would like someone to differentiate for me about how we are not just going to call that normal homework time asynchronous learning and how we count that as learning hours here. Because when I look at this chart and I see this, and I know my own daughter, I'm thinking she's going to school right now and she'll be in person for those 3 hours a day, and then we say she has asynchronous learning for the rest of the day. What is going to be different going forward where we can not necessarily hold these kids accountable, but partner to make sure that they are, in fact, doing that asynchronous piece, and it's not just the typical homework that we're calling asynchronous?
Thank you. That is an excellent question. And so we are partnering with our instructional coaches to provide professional development on how to maximize, and we're continually moving our instruction forward and our methods forward. So it should not be homework time. There actually is, of course, in a regular school day, when Dr. Sakos looked at what our normal schedule is, there is time for practice. There is time for independent practice so that students can ask questions. But we don't want all the asynchronous time to be independent practice. So we are promoting something like a flipped model, where you're preparing for that 36 minutes of synchronous instruction. So instead of reading a chapter of Romeo and Juliet in class that I might have done in a normal schedule and then had discussion on it, I'm going to be doing that reading, possibly listening with an audible, however they want to manage that. So providing that engaging tasks to do at home, and then when you do have the teacher, you're participating in discussion. You are talking through, you're debating, you're working on a project together in small groups. We've been really creative with students working in small groups during that asynchronous time together. And that is something that they would have been doing in class in small groups. So that is very different from homework when you're planning a project together, using the Google Suite to make presentations together, and then delivering them the next day during the synchronous time. So it's maximizing the amount of time you do have with the teacher, and using the time, instead of for practice, it's for preloading, for prep. And we will definitely be working with our coaches. They've been busier than they've ever been before, helping teachers working hand in hand to finding new ways of doing what we typically do during a normal school day.
Okay, so I keep using the word expectation. Our parents should have an expectation that their child's day is not over at noon, that they come home and those periods 4, 5, and 6 on a Monday, they will have things that they are doing to prepare for that live learning the next day on campus, right?
Absolutely. Okay. And Vice President Beckman, one of the things that was greatly improved and well regarded from fourth quarter to first quarter is we put in writing what teachers, what parents, what students should expect with attendance, with assessments, with amount of minutes with the teacher. And we already started doing that. I have to applaud this committee. As we landed this model, we also broke out into groups and already started updating those expectations, how it would be different from EDL to in-person, natural hybrid, and EDL Extend. How would those expectations be different? So we're already articulating that because it was a critical piece to our improvement.
So I have one more question, then a little quick thing, and this one might put you on the spot a little bit, but I want us to think about it. When we started talking about these learning paths, for lack of a better word, early on, I pointed out I was concerned about equity in grading. You know, in-person learning is far superior to learning online. We've all admitted that. So when you have a Algebra 2, I keep using that as an example too, teacher giving, that has an in-person class, and then you have an Algebra 2 teacher reteaching it in the afternoon, you may not be able to answer this. I want us to think about this. How are we going to create that equity in grading? And are they going to track it? Are we going to know when there's disparities? I mean, obviously there's no perfect solution, but it's going to be an issue.
Dr. Sakis, do you want to talk about some of those discussions you've had with principals? Because I've been privy to so many of her principal meetings, and they are making it happen.
I guess my wouldn't be as much a question as much as of a statement that I would hope that, because our teachers are exceptional, but just so parents know too, I would hope that there is a comparison, right? That if your in-person class is performing at one level and your EDL class is performing at another, that we're looking at this and trying to make up that differential.
And I could just add to that a little bit. Beckman, I had to think for a second. It's getting late. Just my mind is going a million miles an hour. But part of what we've been talking about is that equity piece, and recognize that assessments, quizzes need to be the same for students returning to campus and students that are on EDL. So, and we put, of course, in here, in this slide under challenges, that assessments for all students should take place outside of synchronous learning. So that does present a challenge for some of our teachers, but it also is in some way a pro, because we know that we're going to be able to provide that equity. We don't want kids to be penalized for returning to school and not being able to do alternative assessments or use their notes or what they can do when they're at home.
Okay. And that's where I would probably, and I would say that I would like us to be bold and think creatively, because if those numbers for EDL are smaller, we may be able to have a little latitude in bringing some of those groups in on campus to take some of the assessments, et cetera, so that it's not during that normal EDL time. So again, not necessarily a question there, just a statement that I would like us to be creative in our thinking to make sure that we can get this as equitable as possible. The last thing is, you say it in your presentation, but it was said to me, so I want to share it. The cleaning during the 73 minutes that's going to be taking place, we don't have the expectation that a teacher is going to be running around at the during the passing time or in the last 5 minutes and scrubbing every kid's desk. There's going to be some sort of understanding that the kids are going to, how are we going to be dealing with that?
And I don't know if Dennis wants to come up and talk about the cleaning process. I will say that our teachers are going to be provided with that disinfectant and the paper towels and the hand sanitizer, but it is not the expectation that teachers in passing time are cleaning every single desk. Students can certainly, and we see many students now carrying around their own hand sanitizer and their wet ones wipes. We'll certainly allow for students to do that, but the teachers are not going to be expected to wipe down 33 desks in between those passing periods.
Well, and I think that needs to be communicated, because if I'm as a parent myself, if I knew that desk was not being wiped off, I want my child coming with some wipes from home or something before they sit down. Maybe there's only 3 classes a day, so I don't know, Dennis, if you want to speak.
And there certainly is a level of communication that we have in queue right now, much like we did for our parents returning their, K-2 and their 3-5. There are some tips. And so, once we get through tonight, we get that data, we're able to communicate out to our families, and then with some tips and reminders on return to school. And that's more our operations plan at the site level. A lot of it is going to be where the drop-off is, the points of ingress, the points of egress, reminding to bring your mask, your water bottle. So there's a lot of return to school tips for parents that we'll make sure to give them and let them know. But Dennis, did you want to add anything? Yes or no? Oh, you're pushing me away.
Payback. President Beckham, members of the board. I just sent out an email to all of the principals, sharing with them what the expectations would be. It's unreasonable to expect a teacher to clean classrooms in between. It is equally unreasonable for someone to think that our 2 staff members can get to 100,000 square feet of classroom space and clean in between. We go back to masks, and washing your hands. So if we follow the logic that the masks work and we've washed our hands, well, there's probably not a whole lot of germs going around if the masks work and we're washing our hands. So it's just not realistic to think that that's going to happen. We've provided the materials. I know that one of our committee members that was on our ops and logistics subcommittees, he said that he would clean in between because he has computers that the kids will be touching, and so they'll figure out a way to do that. But I don't think it's reasonable to think that every teacher will clean their classroom in between.
I agree. Board Member Kravitz, do you have a question for Dennis?
I had a comment.
A comment
to
for Dennis?
piggyback on to what Mr. Railer said. He mentioned masks and wearing masks and wearing masks again. However, it is up to our community to be responsible and exhibit responsible behavior to prevent community spread. Now, I've only heard this anecdotally. I don't know whether it's true or not, but there is a fear that there are some parents that, for whatever reason, they don't want to take this seriously, but there are some parents that do and are concerned about their children becoming ill. And they want to send their kids back. They're not that frightened. However, when they hear stories about high schoolers planning Halloween parties or other large gatherings, that does not appear to exhibit responsible behavior to enable us to open our schools and bring students back into our buildings. It is up to all of us to exhibit responsible behavior when we're out in the community and to, maintain distancing when possible and to wear a mask, because it is a community effort and it does require perhaps a small sacrifice of wearing a mask for the greater good. And I just wanted to throw that out there while you're up there. Thank you.
Board Member Greenberg.
First of all, thank you, Board Member Kravitz, for pointing that out, because I think we all received that same email, and that's, kids are kids, but it's also disappointing because it is a community issue, and ultimately we have to care about each other and try and make this work. Now that I've mulled this over a little bit, how does our plan differ from our community partners like at Paradise Valley School District? I mean, what are they doing? What are we doing? What is the comparison here?
So I can't speak to all the specifics of Paradise Valley, but one, they modified the metrics to be able to do full return. So when they phase their return in, they don't have the same limitation on the numbers of kids coming back. It's all coming back to full return. If they want to stay online, they can do that. My understanding is that they have cameras and an expectation that teachers turn on the cameras. So they didn't try to stand up the 3 models that we did. So with Scottsdale Online, enhanced distance learning, and the potential now for in-person learning as well, it adds a layer of complexity for us that some of the other districts don't have. Some of our other neighbors are still doing a hybrid approach, at least as I understand it, in Fountain Hills. And others, like Cave Creek, haven't put in the limitations in terms of the number of kids in a classroom. So they're filling their classrooms like they would have before. So we're kind of in a unique place trying to support 3 different models and maintain as best we can mitigation strategies to prevent the spread of COVID.
As these numbers come in for the EDL versus in person, is there any chance of targeted streaming for certain classes? I mean, if it's the the people who are not going in who want to do EDL, a group of them are for one type of class. I mean, how granular are we getting with this? Because I'm just trying to think of ways that we can do. For one thing, I mean, I've been very hesitant with these models to begin with because of how many people would be on campus. But since we are doing it at the K-5 level, it seems I can understand that people are surprised that it's not the same model for the middle and high school level. We do have additional challenges that don't exist, and we don't have all the infrastructure we need. But I mean, how granular are we getting? Is that a possibility to evaluate that and make it a full day with streaming for those students?
I think that becomes an option for second semester and part of our immediate planning now to think about how we structure the schedule for second semester. We had modified high school. Remember, after parent selection in the summer, we had a very short period of time to retool the entire master schedule. It was, what normally takes months, we did in the matter of less than a week. And so that's why we have the schedule we have now, and it's part of the reason why the solution that we have maintains that schedule through the end of the semester, because that continuity and structure both allows us to reverse if we need to in a way that we know makes sense at the present time, but we also aren't recommending that we continue with this structure for the second semester. One, with more cameras, we have the ability to do more of that, toggling back and forth between in-person and online. And we have greater capacity. We've also said we're not going to ask our teachers or require them this semester to do the simultaneous instruction of students in person and online. We said on a voluntary basis we could do that. The board can always reconsider as we head into the second semester whether or not that option is mandatory or voluntary, but it does present different opportunities for us when we have more classroom cameras to be able to provide support for our students. We also talked about some options where you might be able to do core content using our Scottsdale online curriculum. We have, and Dr. Sackos, you can remind me what we call it when students sign up for a Scottsdale online class, but they're doing it on campus in a supervised setting. So you can do some of those things, and maybe you emphasize your specialty classes with cameras that you can't get in Scottsdale online for those who need to remain off campus. So I think there are some solutions that are available second semester that really aren't for the next 41 days.
So the clear intention here is we put this in for the 41 days. It's not perfect. We understand that there's diminished EDL time, but we are talking about a month until finals or whatever I don't even know if we're doing finals, but
41 days.
However those are going to be done. But this is not a permanent model. This is very much about trying to accommodate both groups of people in order to then properly plan out second semester.
Correct.
Okay.
Board Member Kravitz.
Sorry, I apologize if this sounds like a stream of consciousness rant, but I have so many different notes on my page. It's not in any particular order. Ms. Marshall, I have a question for you. In our code of conduct that we updated and we included the acknowledgement, does it include an acknowledgement about behavior in the community, or is it just strictly, I couldn't recall if we just targeted just wearing, wearing masks is now part of our dress code, or did we acknowledge behaviors?
No, Board Member Kravitz, the acknowledgement does not talk about behavior outside of the school day.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of cameras, are we asking teachers if they want a camera, or are we placing them in the classrooms where there is greatest need because of the subjects they teach and the students that are, maybe streaming those subjects. And
This is a little embarrassing, and I hurt my knee, and I just heard it worse.
Oh,
so
sorry.
I apologize. So right now, as we are starting to roll this out, there are some constraints. We do not have the bandwidth to stream every single classroom, and we are also developing this new way of teaching. Though it sounds amazing, if you are a student at home, it is overall asynchronous. You're watching a lecture.
Right.
It is quite hard to engage.
Right.
So the committee thought about that as the 36 minutes of getting that engaging instruction with a smaller group of students, we think is really what families have come to expect from EDL. So just wanted to show the differences. So we are working very hard with Debbie Spalding and her team, and we have another expansion of bandwidth coming up. So we could not look at a solution across the board. In regards to prioritization, right now we're asking teachers who are interested in streaming to be in the forefront of working out how that's going to work logistically. So right now it is in fact voluntary because we could not build a model where we wanted to make it, where we had to make it as a key piece. There were certain models we were looking at that absolutely would have required streaming every classroom.
Okay, well,
and we had to
the
take
reason,
it off.
I don't mean to cut you off,
Yeah.
but we could go on forever. But the reason for the question was, it had come up again in speaking with community members, that some that are more prepared to send their kids back into the classroom, that if certain classes were streamed, they would keep their kids home to reduce the size of the classrooms at our site. So that was one, another, let's think out of the box
So
kind
just
of
to comment
idea.
on that, as the numbers come in
Right.
and we see hot spots, if we could use the camera as a solution,
Right.
we will ask the teacher to do that and partner with the teacher to make that happen. So, or if there's a specialty program where the only option is to live stream to provide the instruction for both, we're doing that. So we're prioritizing, yes, and we do think that it will be a key solution to second semester.
Okay, all right, because that is good to know. We are giving people more time to respond to the survey, so that's good to know. I just wanted to throw this out there again. Our current, or in a typical school year, our class period is 54 minutes, right? So
on average.
On
yes.
average. So three of those would be 162 minutes versus 3 class periods of 36 minutes of extended EDL. So that's 108 minutes, which is again a difference of 54 minutes. So you're squeezing 3 classes into a 2-class period. Just another way of looking at that. Yes, our COVID class, our periods going back to school would be 73 minutes or 219 minutes. So that is a lot longer than what a normal 3-day, 3-period day is. And I'll just stop there because when I start talking numbers, it's not good for me. But anyway, just those are some additional considerations. Anyway, thank you. I think that's all I had to say.
Vice President Beckman.
Just touching on the cameras for 1 second here. We just had a meeting recently where we approved 800 cameras, so it was like close to $1 million in cameras. And my thought when I voted for it was that we were going to find a place for those sooner rather than later. And we were doing it so that we could enhance the EDL that was going on now, et cetera. I was not under the impression, and I'll phrase this a little bit differently, if those can be used in the future as a tool for our teachers, I am thrilled. But I was also under the impression, like for instance, if we go into second semester, et cetera, and there are kids that get COVID and have to stay home. But I was under the impression that we were going to use them now. And I hope that has not changed because I didn't vote to approve those to be used at a later date as just something.
I believe we're going to
You're not
run out
alone.
rather quickly.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is a solution. So though we're not requiring them because we can't, we have to spool up. For example, 61 got word today. If I'm a teacher and I need to plan asynchronous instruction, if I'm live streaming, that is a huge piece of the asynchronous instruction of minutes, right? That I don't have to plan for because the students are going to watch and then they're going to have that interactive processing discussion with me later for the 36 minutes after. So it's a very nice solution that I think a ton of teachers are going to want. And we were trying to manage, Debbie looked at the number of students and tried to plan for how many cameras to make sure we didn't use them all up at the elementary level before we got to secondary. So they are so key, and you couldn't see it completely from that video. We only wanted to show you a small portion, but it is very slick on how a teacher can program so many different spots in the room, not show the students, and really provide engaging instruction. So
Well,
we're super excited.
And that's my point. Our community's response to that was exciting. They were really excited that not only in COVID environment was this a new technology that we would be using to help, that it is something that could be used into the future. But it's a rather large expense. And so from an accountability perspective, my hope is that, and I'm not just, yes, we're asking permission right now, and I wouldn't want to force anything on anyone, but that they do get used, and they don't sit in a warehouse at some point. Okay.
They are waiting with bated breath, every building, every installation. Right. So they've been a key piece of our puzzle.
Thank you.
Board Member Greenberg and then Board Member Perlberg.
With the cameras, let's go back a little bit here. What has the level of interaction been with the people who have them now with their in-person and then online students? Is it mainly just a live stream and then at the end of the day, a kind of a brief catch-up period with the EDL students to see how they're doing, make sure they're doing all right?
So I saw a first grade classroom today at Hopi, and thank you for the principal to take me into that room. And there were students in person, and there were about 6 students that I could see their little faces in the boxes in the teams that she was displaying on the screen. And I only watched a few minutes, but the students were able to engage. Now, the teacher was standing behind the podium because the camera is not installed yet. So she had a camera.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was, it was in fact limiting the movement. In addition, I was in another room last week, and this was a K2 room, and you can imagine the bathroom breaks. We're trying to train the students to social distance, to only have a couple go at, so all of that takes time. So the students at home are watching and waiting while we work on logistics. So I've seen some real highlights, and I've seen some other things that will get better with time as we work through it, install more cameras, learn what works. I do think it's going to be a key piece of the puzzle, but I've seen our teachers are so talented. I've seen some really great highlights.
I'm just thinking of more. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the teachers and the children and the parents and everyone who's trying to make this work. I'm just trying to think of ways to prioritize our student and staff health, deliver on a more full day environment, and also provide a high quality EDL. And I don't even know, I guess I'll just ask just for the sake of asking, but if we, well, one, what are the students who are EDL students doing in the morning?
They're either watching live streams of their classroom if it's available, or they're working on the asynchronous learning just like the in-person students are doing in the afternoon. So it's flipped.
Well, so if it's, wait. So if I'm an EDL student, I'm talking about the high school and middle school level,
Yes,
is that correct? Okay.
that's right.
So if I'm a high school student, EDL, I can either potentially watch that class via live stream, but then I'll have that another 36 minutes of it later in the
Not
afternoon.
of it, with the teacher reinforcing the learning. So you're not going to get the same lecture
No.
twice. You're going to get a different experience with the teacher in the afternoon to reinforce the learning, to make sure that the concepts are clear. It's not duplicative between the morning and the afternoon.
So the teacher is going to, so the teacher is going to do an asynchronous or potentially live stream their class in the morning.
They could screencastify.
Okay.
They could have you working on a project. Right.
Or they will have done it beforehand and put it together. You will watch that in the morning, whether that's live stream or asynchronous, and then you're going to get a reinforcement with the teacher at the end of the day. It's not duplicative. So, well, I guess you couldn't do that with a 6-period day, because how would the teachers, 36 you'd be on for another 2 hours in addition to accomplish that same level of it. I assume that in this committee, the teachers felt that was necessary, that 36 was the bare minimum they needed.
Yes. So we tried to maximize the time on campus for in-person learning without going past a time where students need food for lunch. So we really wanted to maximize that, minimize the passing period, avoid lunch, but also give the EDL students that direct contact with the teacher that was so important to the committee, that they just don't passively watch, that they have time to interact with their peers and with their teacher for that synchronous time.
How do the teachers on the committee feel about the workload this creates for them?
They felt pretty confident, and even as with the 50-person committee, we ranked from 1 to 10 how they felt about it in the chat. And, obviously a 10 would be where we were before, and we didn't have anything that I saw lower than a 7. Most were 8s or 9s, that teachers felt like this was the best we could make of our constraints of not blowing up the schedule, not changing teachers for secondary, not impacting credit-bearing courses.
And for the current EDL students who, let us assume that they don't have any specialty courses that they need to be on EDL in, we could not simply put them into SOL at this time because of how different the schedules are, correct?
Not until the next semester.
Not until next semester. So it's not possible to simply force people into SOL because of how it's scheduled.
No.
Some of those students also have specialty courses, so we're trying to accommodate that, and we're trying to get the in-person learning because we have students that need to be in in-person learning.
Yes.
Well, okay, I mean, I've thrown everything out there. So given the constraints, I don't think there's really.
There was some solutions that were so incredibly disruptive, and our students have had so much disruption that we had to say that would be something, we need to wait for a true change in the schedule, like Dr. Menzel said. So that's why we kept circling back to our priorities and our purpose, because that helped us stay on the path for what our students need. And the decisions were not easy. I truly believe this is the best way forward to get us through second quarter.
All right. I can appreciate that, especially given the 41 days here. I guess I would say that if beyond health, if choice and educational outcomes are the main thing, then depriving, this is what that looks like. So thank you guys very much and for putting up with all my questions. I was just trying to think of anything to get a full day in there, but I appreciate it.
No, it's been a productive struggle for all of us.
Yeah. Thank you.
Board Member Perlberg.
Thank you, and I apologize if I can't organize all these thoughts because, I've been saving up. So I'll start with obviously acknowledging, and I appreciate Vice President Beckman's comments about, I think, what we as a district have to acknowledge at this point. This is painful. This is not perfect. It has not been perfect. Back in whenever it was, late August, it feels like a century ago, but late August, when I think we all came to a realization, or early September, that we had a lot of our community members not even understanding we weren't coming back September 9th. I know we all did. I certainly felt very guilty and felt awful for our community that we as a district had not been able or kind of been thinking so much in our bubble that we hadn't been able to think outside of it and communicate that. And we already know we're sitting here tonight reliving that same mistake. I mean, we have to acknowledge our community that they're not wrong in a perception, while it wasn't intentional. The perception of a bait and switch coming after fall break, it's fair, and we have to acknowledge that, in my opinion. It, both for EDL families and for in-person, come fall break, middle school, high school, is not what any of us pictured in our minds a few weeks ago. Understand the challenges, respect all conversations that have led us to tonight's, just kind of reality. Not really a decision, but it's just a reality. I would start, as we move forward these next few weeks, is always trying to remember that this current EDL model that we've been in, it was not equitable either. And it was very valid, the conversations of our community saying, you're in this EDL model, and we recognize summer students are doing just fine, but many of our students weren't at all and weren't learning, no matter how hard our teachers worked, no matter how much their parents worked. And so I just think we have to let go of that feeling of, well, we're causing inequity now. We were in an inequitable situation. So we're moving forward as best we can. Some of the questions I have, you spoke about other districts. I assume all of them have a sole equivalent. Is that correct? Or am I wrong? Are there some districts that don't even offer an online option at all?
Some are more limited than others, but I believe everybody has some kind of online experience available. Some are just more robust than others.
Okay. And those districts who have tried to create an EDL situation similar to ours, are there districts attempting that? My understanding, like Mesa started a hybrid, but after fall break, they're talking about a full return. Is that correct? And are they trying to maintain like an EDL experience like what we have?
I still have to follow up with Dr. Forlis to confirm exactly what Mesa's next steps are. My understanding from talking to other colleagues is that they're learning as they go, much like we are. And a lot of it will depend on what happens when they return to learn in person and how many students there are in that environment.
Okay. Okay, and you said PV changed their metrics. Is that, so they went from saying, we're not returning till we're all in green, and then they
changed the definition of green.
They changed the definition of green.
They moved the number of cases per 100,000 from less than 10, which is the national standard, to less than 50, which is their own standard.
Okay. So, and that is the standard, I believe, that certainly many in our community kind of feel like we're never going to attain. And I know you spoke about this at our last meeting, where even the Maricopa County Director does not really feel in any foreseeable future that that is an attainable metric. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that was the information that Dr. Sonnenschein shared with me, that to get to the less than 10 per 100,000 likely required a vaccine. That was her professional judgment, but obviously not a guarantee. It could happen if the transmission of COVID goes down because of all the other mitigation strategies that are in place.
Okay. So I guess in the sense of, looking back, reflecting on the last few months and the roller coaster that we as a district kind of have been on, I think our 41-day countdown obviously starts tonight. And one, I don't want to forget to ask this. I'd like to hear about our sports programs that have been going on. I'd love to hear more about the school districts who have returned in person. their successes, their failures, where it's working, where it's not, what's happening there. But how we take a look at that second semester, obviously, it was already stated we want to be very strategic in our use of cameras. Certainly, I foresee at some point, if you're trying to be strategic and you're trying to maybe eliminate the idea of a 2/3 day and a full day instead, and then having online at home, the choice of having a camera, at some point that becomes a moot point. Is that correct? And we're not going to do that until second semester?
But I think we have limitations, as Dr. Guerin mentioned, with respect to infrastructure, although we're continuing to upgrade that so that we can have the capacity and the bandwidth to be able to accommodate more cameras operating simultaneously. And we don't just have enough cameras presently in place and or installed. So that's an ongoing process. So to be able to say, yes, we could do it now, it might not be till mid-November before all of the cameras are installed early December. Just depends on when we have them, what the installation structure is, and then being strategic. What are the most important classrooms to place them in, which is some of the conversation that we had even earlier today. Is it more important to put them in a core content class or in a specialty class if you don't have one for every class? The other recommendation that could come forward is to say, no, we really need to have more cameras. That eliminates that question. But our goal is to bring forward a plan for second semester that really addresses those things and doesn't have us in a position of trying to maintain 3 options.
Okay.
Because that's part of our challenge now is that
Right.
we've got the 3, and if we can
Right.
get down to 2, while it's still going to be a stretch, it is more manageable than trying to do the 3 at the present time.
Right, exactly. So that is the goal, is by second semester, we have a true full day in-person experience and an online experience that is hopefully more synchronous to a degree, or at least
So what
connected
happens
to the classrooms.
What happens, in the trade-off, and this is the hard part of it, there was a lot of work done between Q4 last year and starting this year to make the enhanced distance learning more meaningful for students in that remote environment. And it worked for a subset of our students. It was really valuable. In fact, more valuable than if you just turn on the camera and watch a classroom. So again, it's all about the art of the possible and the trade-offs in this environment. Our goal is to have a full day with students on campus in a safe environment. And again, part of what happens in the next 41 days is learning how that looks and feels in a middle school and in a high school, because we haven't done it yet. We've heard and seen from some of our other schools that have opened up that it seems to be working pretty well. I have not heard superintendents have major issues with mask compliance, for example.
Right.
People recognize it's a condition of coming to school, and so while you might have 1 or 2 issues here and there, it's not been systemic at all.
Right.
So there have been a lot of really encouraging signs about being able to do it, and we want to build on those things and also learn from our own experiences. The amount of time it takes to investigate when there's a report of a positive COVID case. When I talked to Dr. Wilson at EVIT, that's one of the things that he pointed out is it's like a full-time job, just making sure that you're tracking those things down, doing the communication, reporting to the community. And he didn't have the same number of buildings. He's got, I think, 5 campuses. We have 28 buildings. So it's some of those things that our phased-in return to learn was designed to allow us to make informed decisions, gradually step into the water, be able to reverse if we need to, but then implement second semester based on all the things that we've learned. And so, in fact, we're where we had hoped to be in terms of our learning. We're not where we'd like to be in terms of having school operate the way that we're accustomed to having school operate, because this is not convenient for anyone. But we also want to make sure that we've done everything we can to stay open once we open.
Well, yes, we all certainly appreciate that and kind of understand the challenges, but going to that point of what our parents, how they're going to Vice President Beckman's points earlier, our parents are going to have a huge challenge with scheduling for the next 41 days, hopefully. So let's flip. The question was asked earlier about, EDL, what will EDL students be doing during the morning? That's obviously a very valid question. Obviously, we have a lot more majority of students with the question of what are they going to do in the afternoon? And I know it's kind of already asked, but I'd really like to, considering how we've painted some kind of false pictures or haven't painted pictures very well for our parents, let's tonight talk about options from that 11:50 to 2:15 range. One of my biggest concerns is that we're going to have students just lingering, just staying around campus because their activity is coming in and their mom can't come pick them up, and they're just either hanging out on campus or around campus. What will be provided to avoid that reality?
So remember that while we're operating in the moderate range and we're technically a hybrid, under the governor's executive order, we're still required to provide a safe space for those who need it. And so we are working with the building administrators to identify where on campus students who need to stay because they don't have a place to go will be able to work on their asynchronous learning with adult supervision, properly physically distanced. So in talking with the principal, Mojave, he's got ideas and some staff that he can use to help supervise that. Each principal may have a little different structure based on capacity and availability of staff and space. So if you're operating a K-8 like in Cheyenne, it might look different than if you're a standalone middle school. But each principal is working on what that will look like. And Dr. Sackos mentioned earlier that it's a site-based effort. So before we started our full return, we had identified 2 high schools to serve as our learning labs that we would open up because we weren't required to do it everywhere. With more students on campus and recognizing not all of them can go home, especially if you're participating in athletics or something after school, then we have to have those safe spaces for them to participate in their asynchronous learning. What we couldn't do, because we need the teachers to be able to focus on our enhanced distance learning students for the second half of the day, is we can't ask the teachers to do that because they're instructing the balance of their class. So it's finding the staff that can provide that support in those spaces.
Right. And obviously, like you said, the expectation is there's it's not just hanging out, even doing your homework, back to your point. There's expectations of asynchronous learning. So one of my questions came up as I was listening earlier is you said teachers are going to be providing asynchronous material for their EDL students to do during the morning. Is that the same material that then in-person students will be expected to review in the afternoon?
I don't know if Dr. Sackos would like to speak to that.
So theoretically, the students who are returning full could see some of the asynchronous work that is provided for our students that are staying home EDL Flex. So right now, and my experience really goes back to reflecting on what I see my girls experiencing, and a lot of teachers with all the tools do creative things, like I mentioned the Screencastify. And so you'll see that where they're watching their 15 minutes, and the teachers will say, watch this in preparation for class tomorrow. So theoretically speaking, you can have those types of technology that both students can benefit from. So whether they're in the building or not. And just as in a normal school year, you have a difference in teaching strategies. Our goal is to get to a place where we're aligned more so we support our kids both in person and they're at home. And so as Dr. Guerin mentioned, instructional coaches have been very busy with planning a lot of those instructional strategies and the coaching and the teaching of utilizing those so that students can benefit. It's nowhere near perfect, but I've seen some phenomenal work from teachers, and I'm very thankful for it. And I just wanted to touch a little bit about the the after-school learning labs in terms of supervision. Our middle school and high school campuses are fortunate to have, for instance, security at both of them to help make sure that kids get to a reported area, but that'll be part of our instruction to parents and students, just as you have to wear your mask and, stay at a social distance, you have to report to. And so both Ms. Palatucci and Ms. Oxinger had shared with our high schools in terms of what it looks like now to walk into that EDL lab and the procedures that they put in place for accountability. Because we also want to make sure that, if our parents thinking that, Johnny's going after school and checking in, that we have an account for Johnny is actually there. So they have been doing a lot of thinking about what that looks like. And just so you know, since our last board meeting, several of the high school campuses have put into place some afternoon supports on campus. Some teachers do it where they're just doing support groups, academic and social emotional online, and some actually have allowed for our kids to come to campus and to get that. So we see that a lot with, our AP classes. And so while we've seen very limited participation, we're anticipating that that'll increase once you're on a school campus. But we're being very mindful of our parents who, again, would prefer to have their students supervised to the end of that school day or in between sports activities. And so we're carefully planning out what that'll look like and, of course, accounting for the students that are on the campus. That's very important.
And not just sports, but also arts and
sports,
performing
yes.
arts. Let's not
yes,
forget
thank you.
And our
Sports,
clubs.
arts, and clubs. So they've actually talked a lot about that. And then, again, we're very fortunate, thank you, Governing Board, that we do have a social worker on each of our high school campuses. So while their groups have been primarily virtual at this point in time, they will be, and they're planning for their live groups, what's called our student assistance programs, in the afternoon, and then they'll be able to support to our feeder schools with our intern program that we're continuing to try to strengthen as well. Not to mention our student support services provider, which is Jewish Family Children's Services. They'll be beginning their hours for elementary and middle school support as well. So we really need to, again, make sure that we're focusing on the social emotional of students in the afternoon just as much as we are the academic interventions and enrichment.
Absolutely, thank you. So as we do begin and come back after fall break and we start to see how the dust has settled, well, let me jump back a little bit. We've had I'm guessing, strong success with the activities that have been in place or have been happening as far as spread. Is that accurate to say?
We
Can
have
we knock on wood, of course? But
so far, we have no evidence of any COVID spread in any program that we've operated. So we've had COVID positive cases, but we don't have any indicators that it's spread within like a summer camp or a classroom. And that's really the key, is to identify and isolate quickly. If there was in the Maricopa County Department of Public Health criteria of an outbreak is 2. So even when you look at the dashboard and you see an outbreak, 2 cases can be an outbreak. But we don't have any evidence at this juncture of spread within our programs. We've had cases, but not spread.
okay, well, that's knock on wood. That's excellent news. And same protocols, obviously, that we'd be using if we have a case come up on our campuses, either teacher or student. It's all the same.
Yes.
Is my understanding. So let's say conceivably we start in August. Come November, we're taking a look at the landscape where we truly are. I don't want to be so bold, and I don't want to give false hope that even before January we see a change in this model. I guess I just want to try and help our community understand, help all of us understand how quickly do you expect that we can assess, one, what January really will look like, kind of no matter what. I mean, The only thing that would stop this train going forward is red. Is that in our county? Is that correct?
That's how we're thinking about it at the present time. And when you think about second semester and the complexity of where we are now, part of why we're saying this is the model through December 18th is, one, we have to remain reversible. And we're not reversible if we were to implement a 6-period day or a 7-period day, because we don't have the cameras in the classrooms to make it just so you could flip it on. That's really one of the biggest obstacles to being able to say, okay, we can just shift, go to a full schedule, because you can have the synchronous learning because people are watching online. That just isn't really possible for the balance of this semester. It is something that can be considered for second semester. And so I wouldn't promise that we could do more in terms of a full-day schedule and in a conventional sense because of how we're structured at the high school level in particular. Second semester, I think, could look very different. And still be reversible if the metrics were to force us to go back to online again.
So I guess that's the question of, can look very different come January. Are we talking about the possibility that with strategic use of cameras, like you said, assessing core classes that can go into Seoul and alternatives, are we looking at the picture come January that it is full day, it is in person, and we're still considered, I guess, a hybrid, even if we're talking about 95% of our students?
Yeah, we could still meet the definition of hybrid in that environment. We're not eliminating Scottsdale Online. We are going to have to survey our Scottsdale Online families. We asked them to make a decision for one semester. So one of the things that we have to do sooner rather than later is assess how many of our Scottsdale Online families want to remain in Scottsdale Online, how many want to return to their campuses. We haven't, so I'm going to say some things that I don't want anyone to assume is a decision. We've been talking about a lot of different possibilities. So Scottsdale Online for elementary kids, a lot of families struggled with that environment because it required a lot of initiative, required a lot of support from parents to be able to make it work. So one question that we've thrown out there is, could you do something like enhanced distance learning at the elementary level if you had enough parents who wanted that? Rather than Seoul being the option at the elementary level, you could continue with Scottsdale Online at the secondary level, particularly think about those core content classes and maybe specialty being done with camera usage, for example, for those who needed to be online. So not having just a one-size-fits-all solution K-12, but thinking about what makes the sense for our children and families, elementary and secondary. So those are some of the conversations that we're starting to have to think about what makes the most sense to ensure that our kids get the educational support they need to get through the balance of the year.
Right. Well, and that's fair, and I understand. I'm kind of pushing you. I'm not trying to box you into a corner come January. It's just the last place we want to be come January is us still talking about what January is going to look like.
Correct.
And the fastest we can get a decent picture to our parents, and I get it, we have to see after fall break what it looks like and live with that for a bit. But I don't, last thing we want is a survey going out before the holiday, and us still wondering.
Right.
That we just can't be there. So 41-day countdown, there's going to be a lot of work to be done,
it's
obviously.
a hyper-compressed timeline for
exactly,
next steps.
Exactly. And I think that's just what we have to commit to for our community, because it's been obviously very painful for them, for us, for every parent, every student, and community member as well, and our staff. A lot of stress for our staff. So I just think at some point we have to be ready to make clear decisions, straightforward decisions, and just move forward. I have a very hard time, to be honest with you, even imagining reversing this. So I guess I would even ask that as conversations move in the next couple of weeks, is that really what we would think about doing? I mean, if we already know a full-on green isn't really possible, okay, but really what does that, a full reverse also seems almost impossible to me, so just put that out there. Okay, I think that's enough for now. Thank you so much.
Board Member Greenberg, I saw your hand. Do you still have a question or comment?
I was just going to point out that I don't agree with the statement that we bait and switched anybody. I don't personally, I don't think that's accurate of the administration's work or our work on this. We thought that there would be a natural hybrid because 50-50, even though we had concerns that might not happen. Turned out it didn't happen just because of, I think, some of the reasons that I've discussed and we've discussed already. This is just what it is, but I don't think we have openly deceived or tricked people. It's not what we might have imagined, but circumstances change. So I just wanted to clarify that from my personal perspective. Other people might feel that we did bait and switch people, but I think our administration has been very open and honest with us throughout this process.
Thank you. Board Member Pearlberg.
Sorry, rebuttal. I thought I made it very clear, Dr. Menzel, I hope I did, that there was obviously no intention of doing that or any attempt to deceive. It was just an unfortunate kind of reality of how things played out. That was my perception, and I can't begrudge the community members who feel the same way. So that's just that comment. But obviously, no, I think our staff, our administration, and your leadership has been working as absolutely hard as you can to hear as many voices as you possibly can and try and make decisions. It's just been a very bumpy road, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I get to be last. And I'll try to make it short and direct. How about that? First of all, just say thank you for the effort. The effort is appreciated. And I know that when you're hearing this more, constructive criticism, as we like to say, that it can feel a little bit painful. It is not intended to be. It's just we are providing what we're hearing from our community and what we have seen through our own experience and thoughts and concerns, and then asking, questions that need to be asked. So now to get to the more direct side, because everybody has been brought up, a lot of the questions that have been brought up by our community members, so thank you for doing that, and I know they appreciate it. Can there, at this point, recognizing that it sounds as if this is going to be the model, it's going to be for the next 41 days. However, it has been acknowledged that the EDL model may be such, whether it's perception or reality, that 36-minute slot may be influencing EDL students and families to go into the in-person because they do not see that as enough time. Is it even a possibility to increase that 36 minutes?
I'm going to see what the committee said before I commit them.
Okay.
So Board Member Beckham. Like I said, my mind is very foggy.
Only 3 more months.
So many thoughts running through my head right now. So I will tell you that the parents on the committee spoke very candidly about maximizing the time that EDL students were on campus. And there was a concern that releasing at the same time, like we are now, 11:15, would just be too short of a day. And again, we weighed out the pros and cons, as Dr. Guerin said. Is it possible? It's possible. And what drives really our schedules is transportation. And so transportation gave us a window of time in which they would be able to transport while still getting back to elementary. So we know it's possible to do that. Again, the argument has been on really both sides is, maximizing the time we bring our students back on campus and our priorities of instruction. And again, with the trending data, we looked at, okay, what is the minimum we can do? And so that's really where the committee said, the minimum is really that 36 minutes. So to answer your question directly, is it possible? Yes. But it would, I think, dishonor the work of the committee and what they agreed upon.
Thank you, Dr. Sackos. I want to add to that. I would suggest that we think about the question a little bit differently, because how much time we have direct instruction is not, in my estimation, the right question. The right question is, what instruction do our students need in order to be successful? And that may vary by class. So if I'm taking an AP Chem class, I might need more time in order to master complex content. There may be other classes where I can demonstrate mastery and I don't need as much time. And so one of the things that we need to be attending to as we move to this next phase is identifying whether or not our students are successful with the amount of time we have, and do they need more instructional support in the enhanced distance learning environment, and if so, how can we provide that to them? Or is 36 minutes sufficient for them to be able to get the support they need to master the content? So I want our focus to be around student learning, whether they're returning in person or in enhanced distance learning, and then figuring out what the supplemental supports are that are necessary to help them be successful. And that might look different based on the particular content area.
Yes, I can see that reasoning, and I think that does make sense, although we still, because we're a school district and we have certain amounts of time, we don't change that for every single class. We have to figure out if 36 minutes is plenty of time. I guess what I will ask then, given the answer to your question, is to remain open-minded about that it's not a disservice to the committee's work. Changes or improvements, that's not what it means. That we're really needing to look at what is, to your point, what's best for the student. And so please just don't take it that way. If what I'm hearing is there is possibility, there's some limitations possibly, but going to your point, that if we recognize that there needs to be more instructional time, and maybe it's not within that synchronous 36 minutes, that it will happen. If we can get a commitment and that we can see the accountability of that, I think that will go a long way. So I thank you for that. But to the point of Board Member Greenberg, and that is that a lot of these people might just be looking at this 36 minutes, and they are choosing in person for that very reason. And they do feel a little pressured to it because that's all my child's getting. And maybe part of that is also because we haven't outlined the entire day for them. And if I am incorrect, and we do have a slide and we provided it to them before when giving them their options of what that full day looked like, and we talked about what that asynchronous looked like. Because I'll just make this point. What I am hearing is that asynchronous in some of the classes is very good. In a lot of the classes, it looks like homework. It's not active learning. And my understanding was, and what I voted on was asynchronous was active learning, not homework, which is the reinforcement of what you have learned. So I'll just leave it there. So maybe we need to expand the communication so it provides what the day looks like for these parents. They're not understanding it, as well as what does that day look like when you have athletics, you have performing arts after school, you've got track in the morning, and there's that transportation issue. So by helping to communicate what that can look like and what supports we're offering, if we're offering learning labs, first I've heard of it, this is today, but we've already asked our parents to make decisions, yet we do have those answers. It just sounds like we haven't communicated them, so we need to do that. So it appears to me, based upon the decisions that have been made in the past, this is what we will be presenting for 41 days. We were asked by several parents that, can this not be it? From what I'm hearing, no, the answer is no. This is what we are going to have. So is that a correct statement?
That is a correct statement, but that, as we've said all along, being nimble and flexible and learning from our experiences, but what won't happen between now and December 18th is a traditional 6 or 7 period day.
Don't expect
we can
that.
implement.
Okay. Going to the camera issue. So I would love to really have the people that need to look at it, the leadership, look at it in the next week or two. Look at the numbers that we have. If we need to order more cameras, I would prefer us knowing about it now because we have been told they're on back order. I don't want to come January and find out that, oh, we'd love to be able to use our cameras or live stream or bandwidth, whatever it is, and we weren't able to do it. And we heard we do have bandwidth, but then today I heard we don't have bandwidth. So I would like to see as a board member, what bandwidth do we have? Where is it? What are we doing if we don't have it in some of our schools? So I'm getting mixed messages there, and I'd like to have it in writing, what the timeline is, so that we can be realistic on our bandwidth. And as we install our cameras, it would be nice to know where those cameras are going to.
Yes.
Lastly, I'll just say my expectation for second semester. My expectation is that we will be proactive, that we will not be behind in every decision that it seems that we're making, and always having this time on our shoulders that we have to make a decision quickly. So I would like to see the structure of that committee or that work that we start immedately. I would like to see, Dr. Menzel, that you are chairing this and that you bring back to the governing board how you envision being able to make, structure that committee or that task force or that group that will be starting to look at second semester. So, because I think we've heard from every board member that we don't want this to be brought to us first meeting in January or last meeting in December. So, I had many more questions, but I think that, I'm pro-camera, I'm pro, live streaming. I think the skills that it brings for the teachers, for the students, will be used in the future and will benefit this district greatly. And I'll just stop there. Does anybody else have anything else to say?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this
Thank
was
you.
an information discussion item, so
you.
thank you,
Thank you
Dr.
very
Sackos. Thank you, Dr. Guerin. I hope your knee is feeling better and you need ice. I see you're holding it. And the work really is appreciated. It's as we know, when we're dealing with our children, it is sensitive and everybody gets emotional. So, and I think we also need to remember, we are in a pandemic. I think we sometimes forget that too. There is a pandemic. The virus is real. It is serious. And we always need to be mindful of that. All right, so we will move on. Oh, can we take a break?
Yeah.
5-minute break, please. We'll meet back here at 8:30. Thank you.
don't think so.
Do I have to repeat everything? Barbara Board Member Perlberg entered at 6:17 PM.
I mean 5:17.
5:17 PM, thank you. Board Member Vice President Beckman will be back shortly. We will go ahead and resume our special meeting. It is believe we resumed it at 8:36 when I did not have my microphone on. We will move on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
I'm sorry, so moved by Board Member Kravitz. Do we have a second?
Second.
Member Perlberg, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. We'll move on to our action items. Action item A, approval of the fiscal year 2019-20 final annual financial report. Our acting CFO, Shannon Crozier, will present. Welcome, Shannon.
President Beckham, members of the board, Dr. Menzel and guests, we are taking a look at last year's ending balances and our annual financial report. I'm going to start off by just kind of acknowledging Tyler Moore and the accounting team. The annual financial report is huge. It's a huge project. The state sends out forms usually end of August, and so we have a really tight time frame to take those forms, which are pretty comprehensive, that have a lot of formulas, a lot of data that gets put into that. And so there's just a lot that goes into putting that report together. Tyler and his team worked evenings and weekends and holidays getting that all done, especially this year since we're a little bit tighter on time than normal, which is how the board meetings fell. So really appreciate him and his team for everything they did getting that together, because it is a lot. The annual financial report is something that we have to do every year. It basically looks at the details of our revenues and expenditures for all of our funds, gives the state and our taxpayers an idea of where we spent our funds, how we spent them. It is required, and it is required to be done and submitted, approved by the board and submitted to the state by October 15th, which is why we're doing it tonight instead of the board meeting in October. Just a quick review of the 2019-20 school year. Average daily membership was 21,543. 0.116, we get these weird roundings because it's average daily membership. Base support level was $4,202, which is how much we get per student. So that gave us our maintenance and no operations budget of $165,587,000. We had a capital budget of $21,340,000 and federal projects at $18,661,000. This next slide just goes into the summary of what the AFR looks at. It gives you the program, the beginning balance, the revenues, transfers, expenditures, and then the ending balance. One change I will say that's on here from what was originally submitted that we made a change on today is the county, city, and town grants. We originally had that at $14,000. That was cleared out last year, so that should have been zero. So that's one of those things we keep checking and double checking and found another one today. So that's the only change from what was originally submitted last week. And you'll see that those there's numbers on each one of those columns. We'll go into what those numbers represent and how to read the AFR so you understand what you're looking at. And the summary page is kind of long, so to be able to make it that you can see it, we've put it over 2 pages here. So M&O is one of our budget controlled. With that one, if you look at column 5, that's the budgeted expenditures and the budget. And then if you look at column 6, that's the actual expenditures. That gives us our ending balance carry forward, which for this year is $13,006,000. It is a little bit more than what we originally anticipated. Originally, we anticipated $10,621,000. We did purposefully up the carryover for this year, and there's a couple reasons for that. The first one being that in this school year, we know that we've lost enrollment, and we've had decreased funding because of students being in Scottsdale online learning, as well as enhanced distance learning. That affects our budget. But the state has offered an enrollment stabilization grant this year that'll help offset some of those losses. However, with that grant, it gives you a dollar amount based off of your enrollment, which is 98% of your loss. But at this point, you have to submit COVID-19 related expenses to actually get reimbursed. So part of that reasoning on upping that was we purposely moved some expenditures over from last year, from March, over to the grant, which freed up part of this money. The additional part of that is we also knew that we're going to have a lot more expenses this year. We have a lot more for PPE. We have additional teachers we've had to hire because of adding Seoul and so many kids moving to Seoul, as well as trying to make sure that we keep the class sizes a little bit smaller than we would normally have them. In addition, we know there's going to be a lot more subs that are probably going to be needed throughout the year. So because of that, I purposely upped that from what we originally thought, still keeping that within the 8%, a little over 8%, but in the 8% that the governing board has allowed us to do carryover from M&O. This next one looks at our cash balances. One thing I would say with M&O is there's cash and there's budget. M&O is budget driven, so I can only spend what our budget is. Even we need cash to have in the bank so that our checks clear, but what our budget is exactly what we can spend. So by having $13 million in cash, that doesn't affect how much I have to carry over to next year. That's just how much cash I have on hand. It's good that I'm carrying over $13 million in budget and I have $13 million in cash. That means our cash is lining up correctly. But it doesn't give us additional funds to be able to use just because we have that cash. This is just taking a look at a cash-controlled fund. This is community schools. As you can see, COVID hit them pretty hard, and we will be talking about that later, the effects of COVID on our budget. But you can see their revenue went down considerably from what we anticipated. So that it's really a 28% decrease from the prior year had they been doing. Fortunately, we still have a healthy balance. It's still within the min-max that was set for our cash accounts, but it definitely took a hit this year. I'll go quickly through these, but this is just looking at our M&O expenditures so you can get an idea of where we spend where we're spending our money. Basically, 86% is spent on salary and benefits. So the bulk of our budget is salary and benefits. I did pull out utilities because I think that's a heavy expense as well. That's 5%, but you can see the purchase services. That one's a little bit higher, purchase services, because that's where we pay like when we do ESI, we have the contractors that come in. That runs through the purchase services, so that bumps it up a little bit. Our ESI, which is teachers that or employees that have retired but come back through a contract company, is actually over $1 million. So that's why that purchase services is partly why that purchase service is a little bit higher. This just takes a look within our salaries where the money is going for salary. So 69% of it is going to certified, 19% goes to classified, and 12% of that is going to administrative. A quick overview of our capital expenditures. Technology is our biggest one. I would tell you what's interesting about that is we even moved $1.9 million out of technology to the grant for enrollment stabilization. So that would have actually been a little bit higher had we not taken that out. But you can see a lot of our money goes into technology, and that's really for software, and we've done a lot to provide laptops for people. Even before COVID-19, we were buying a lot of laptops to get that technology to our students and the one-to-one devices. So it's kind of an overview of the AFR, which, the action item is to actually approve that part. But I also want to give you just an overview of what last year looked like. And I know the question had come up about COVID and how that fit into our budget for last year. This is just looking at the estimated dollars in the classroom for last year. This is an estimate. We won't know for sure those numbers until early part of March, but we're usually fairly close on our estimate. So this is where we think. As you can see, classroom instruction went up just slightly, so that's a great thing. Plant services went down some, that's a good thing. Part of that, I think, is because we didn't have as many, we had expenditures that normally we would have had, we didn't have this last year. So I think what'll be interesting to see is how this year plays out and then how next year plays out. We might see those percentages change a little bit more just because there's expenditures that didn't happen last year. With COVID-19, the state maintained their funding for school districts within their capital or within their budgeted accounts. So M&O was not affected. They didn't come back and say, we're going to reduce your M&O. They didn't come back and say, we're going to reduce your capital. So that was a great part. However, we have a lot of cash accounts. We have food services, which is cash run, and we have community schools. Those departments did not receive additional funding from the state to stabilize that. So the money that they were losing, the revenue they lost, is a true loss to them. And in a lot of cases, they still had a lot of those expenditures. The state did mandate that we had to continue to pay our employees while we were at home, which was fine out of M&O, but that also meant that food services and community schools, even though they weren't getting that revenue, they were still having to pay those expenses out. But they also offered us some grants to help with some of these expenses. These are just some of the things expenses that we moved out of either capital or M&O over to the CARES or the Enrollment Stabilization Grant. These things, the two grants are kind of flexible. We know that the CARES or the ESSER is going to be $2 million. That's a set amount. But the Enrollment Stabilization is based off of our 40th day. So we don't have an exact number. We do know it's going to be higher than what we originally thought. So when I was moving these expenses over, I had one number in mind, and it's a much higher number at this point, I believe. But these are the things we moved over. We did the $1.9 million that we did for we bought computers so every student would have a laptop or computer to use. Hotspot services, headsets. So the total for all of that came to $3,643,000 that we've moved over to those grants from last year's expenditures. So we did have some costs. We also had some savings, and I think this was a question that was brought up that we wanted to see. So what I did with this to kind of look at what were the savings, because it's hard to compare those things, is basically what were our expenses for the different category areas last year from March, or in 2019 from March to June. How much did we spend this year from March to June to come up with those savings? So we were fortunate. We did have some savings in M&O. And that's also what helps us to bump up that carryover from what we originally thought it would be. So those came to just over $1 million. But we also had a lot of additional expenses, and we will continue to have a lot of additional expenses. So you can take a look at those. All in all, those extra costs, and some were capital, some were M&O, came to over $2.4 million. So we did have savings, but we also had additional costs that put us at a loss of $1.3 million when you compare the two. Food service was a huge concern, and they still are a little bit of a concern, although we've gotten better news for this year, so I'm not as worried about food services. They started out last year with $3.5 million on hand. They run a really great program, and they're very fortunate in that they've always been able to contribute to the district, but also to keep their program costs down and do what they can to increase their revenues. So their total revenues were $7.6 million. That's a decrease of $1.3 million from last year. That $7.6 million includes $953,000 that we received from the feds for the program where we were feeding students during the closure. So thankfully, we were able to participate in that program and recoup some of those funds to help them out. But even with that, their loss was still $1.3 million, which is pretty significant. They were able to save some things through food savings, not having to provide, they don't have serving as many meals, so they had some savings. But you still had to pay all the employees that we had hired. So with that, we brought their ending balance down to $2.8 million. So they're still okay. That's a good range for them to be in. It's lower than what we're used to, but it's still a good place for them to be at. It's not a bad. At one point, we were worried we might have to help them out. So that's not a bad thing to see. This just kind of, and I'll go quickly through this, just kind of a graphic of what their revenue, you can see
Revenue was doing pretty good, and then it just stopped. Expenses were pretty close to what they were the prior year, so no big changes there. And then the loss hits. So fortunately, we had the fund balance to carry us through. Had they not had that healthy carry forward, then we would have definitely had a problem last year. This part I wanted to go through, we talk a lot about what happens in the finance part, but there's a lot that also happens behind the scenes. So I just wanted to take a minute to just really share some of the things that happen behind the scenes outside of the classroom. And I also want to point out that a lot of these departments were out there working the entire time when we were closed. Finance, payroll, and purchasing, I think were maybe not in the office 2 days, the first 2 days of the closure. Otherwise, they were in the office every day making sure that employees got paid and that vendors got paid, so we had our lights and kept our vendors. So finance, 10,793 requisitions. More than one person approves a requisition. That goes through multiple hands depending on how much it is and what type of purchase it is. 5,264 employee personnel actions. Those also go through HR. They go through multiple hands in HR, multiple hands in finance, payroll. 34,000 invoices paid for $91 million, which I think is just huge. It's a lot of money. That's a lot of things that they're double checking. Payroll, just a couple things to hit with them is 2,643 employees were typically paid every 2 weeks, which is 71,358 payroll checks issued. They did 2,247 open enrollments for employees to have benefits, 7 flu shots. By the way, we have more flu shots set up for this year, and they're starting this week. So we're excited to have a few more of those this year, too. Purchasing, this is great news, they had 2 procurement audits without an exception. They have the Attorney General, which we're still doing because of some prior issues, but they also passed the single audit. 10,793 purchase orders issued. We had to do a lot of refunds, which was really tough. So we processed over 1,500 refunds because of activities that were canceled because of COVID, be it for field trips or community schools activities. So awful lot of refunds to go through in just a small amount of time. Just looking at nutritional services, I love Patty calls her team awesome, and I think they are. They were out there not only working, but they were out there during COVID literally handing food to people in their cars. So that to me is the absolute, one of the definitions of being right on the front lines. They served pre-COVID 1.4 million meals, which is a lot of meals before COVID. During COVID, 291,000 meals, which is just huge. The fact that we could provide that food to families, especially in a time where a lot of people were really hurting. The other thing that they do that really helps them out is they have contracted services. They have companies that come to them and say, can you provide our lunches for our students? Or they have businesses that say, can you provide our luncheons for us? They do a great job with that. And so through that program, they serve 372,000 meals, which is huge. Building services, also fantastic job out there. Dennis sent me this information. I was floored by it. 622 acres of landscaping by 18 grounds workers, which is 35 acres per person of landscaping that they take care of each year, which is huge, and I think our schools look great. 5.1 million pounds of trash, 173,000 hours of custodial cleaning. This one cracked me up. I'm just going to say it. 46,000 rolls of toilet paper. But when you stop to think about it, that toilet paper had somebody put in a requisition. Purchasing had to turn it into a PO. It had to be received. It had to be delivered to the school. Somebody had to put it out there. So it is a funny thing, but it also shows that something as simple as that is handled by so many people. It really affects so many different people just to do that simple little task. Transportation, over 1 million miles, 35 special need routes, 61 general education routes, and they were fantastic. They stepped up when we were handing out meals and said, yeah, we'll get people on the buses and we'll drive buses around to hand out those meals. So that was a pretty cool thing that they did.
Information technology, when I asked Debbie, give me some things that you guys did this year, it literally was a 2-page email full of stuff. And I think we all know that they were pretty busy the last few months. But 3,500 computers distributed during COVID, 750 hotspots so that students who didn't have internet at home could have access to be able to still do their schoolwork at home. 15,141 work order requests. They've implemented new softwares like Let's Talk. So they had a lot going on there. Rentals, unfortunately, we had to shut down rentals once COVID happened. But before that, 384 rentals, 25 leases, generating 1.3 million. What would have been higher if we hadn't had to close down? So we have great properties that schools want to, or individuals want to use. And then the last one is warehouse and property control. It's really important that we get those assets tagged and recorded properly. So they tagged 2,094 pieces of equipment. They did daily runs. When we were closed down, the warehouse was still delivering mail. They were actually picking up things that were being delivered that would normally go to the school. We had going to the warehouse. They picked up those items and got those out to the schools. They do a lot of science kits. If you ever go into the warehouse doesn't actually have like paper and a lot of supplies in it. It's a lot of kits and curriculum-based stuff. So they put that together, get that out to the schools, and then of course distributing the mass amount of math textbooks that we sent out earlier this year. So I know that was kind of rushed, but I also know I think everybody's tired at this point. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Vice President Beckman.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, so, and this year is an outlier, obviously. So I'm curious, do we have any concern that I know that we had some relief through the enrollment stabilization. So is it not a concern to you at all that we might receive a bunch of these kids back after?
Well, because we're actually funded on the 100th day.
That's what I mean, as far as the 100 days.
Yeah, the 100th day is still the 100th day. That's still the actual funding number.
But somebody else will get the funding for the kids that are normally our kids, and then they come back to us because we're full in person or something at that point, and we have them back.
And the enrollment stabilization, yes. And part of that issue is because of the time frame for the enrollment stabilization grant. It runs from March 1st of last year through December, the end of December. They're actually telling us that we have to have all of our expenditures in by December 4th. That's why they're using the 40th day to decide what that funding amount will be.
Okay, so you don't have a concern really with that then?
I mean, I'd love it if we got a bunch of kids back. And because ultimately we will be funded from the state on our 100th day. But what we get from the enrollment stabilization will be based off the 40th.
Okay.
And honestly, the 100th day hits mid-January. So unless there was, and it's based off of average daily membership, so it kind of looks at everything up to that 100th day. I think if we got a bunch of kids back January, we come back on the 4th, is it the 5th? 4th. Yeah, I don't know that the 2, maybe 3 weeks in there would make a huge difference.
Putting out there. The second one is a question and something I'd like to see later on.
Okay.
I worked pretty closely with Jeff to develop those cash account max mins.
Yes.
And so because the min is 25% of annual revenue in an account and the max is 2 years times annual revenue, because that's annual revenue and some of those accounts now have a lower revenue because of COVID, I think maybe we need to not reevaluate necessarily as a board, but look at where we are in those. Like, where are the balances now? What does that average revenue, how is that affecting the max and min parameters? Because we wouldn't necessarily want that to change significantly because of an outlier year like we have with COVID.
Yeah.
So at some point, I'd like to kind of look at that.
We actually have that. There was a couple slides in here that had that in there, and it was getting rather lengthy, and there was a lot to go. So we pulled those out. But, but yeah, we do have that information in. And that does make, I mean, if you lose $1 million, that makes a difference on your revenue.
That's it.
Board Member Perlberg.
Thank you. Can you go back quickly to that M&O salaries by classification?
Yes.
And because after 8 years, I know this comes up every year.
It does.
And we don't want anyone assuming that you make $1 million a year. Can you outline that administrative piece of pie?
Absolutely.
Who all that really includes?
So that includes the superintendent, but it also includes assistant principals, psychologists are coded to, administrative.
Librarians?
Librarians are in
No?
certified.
Okay, sorry.
Cabinet, district level. I will tell the principal, in fact, one of the reasons the admin went up just slightly is because we changed assistant principals this last year. We had them originally, several still as deans, and bumped them to assistant principals, and then had to, so one, there's a bump in pay there, but then to equalize some of those things out, that did bump up our administrative a little bit. But a lot of ours is really having assistant principals. We have multiple assistant principals at a lot of campuses, and then, of course, principals. And so, no, Dr. Menzel and his cabinet are not making $12 million, are not costing the district $12 million. It encompasses administration out at sites as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarity. Any other questions? Board Member Greenberg?
Just to point that out, that was my original concern with this, but it is a regulation, and it can be changed or removed, but it can be changed and adjusted to what we need. That was part of our discussion at the time, that if we weren't hitting the targets because we had decreased revenues or there was a recession or something, that we could adjust it accordingly to be more appropriate. So.
Yeah, that's a decision that was made here. That's not a mandate or anything. That's a governing board decision.
Very only Scottsdale Unified School District. And the AFRs always, and have always, contained our cash accounts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay. Shannon, I'd like to thank you very much. That was, I felt a very honest, transparent, and direct presentation. We appreciate that. We appreciate the work you did. Tyler, we appreciate the work you and your team did too. Thank you so much. Especially because we understood the time constraint too, because our meeting was September 29th, and usually it's an additional week.
The state was sending out they find that there's a formula off, and so up until, I want to say like last week, or they were still sending out updates saying, okay, wait, we found another formula that's off. So,
well, hopefully they won't do that to you anymore now that it's going to be approved.
Yeah, now that it's done, I hope that doesn't happen.
We always have a lot of questions. I asked my questions because I always do, and I called you, and you answered them very directly, and so I appreciated that. I know I've been hearing from some of our board candidates that they don't feel that we are being transparent with our finances, but I have to believe that in the 4 years I've been here, we have made great strides in transparency. And so, thank you. Thanks very much. All right, we will move on to a action item. So, I will move that we approve the fiscal year 2019-20 final annual financial report as presented. Do we have a second?
Second.
Member Greenberg seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Action item B, approval of the Fine Arts Proficiency Seal process for SUSD. Are we having a presentation on this, or are we?
We don't have a formal presentation. We do have someone here to answer questions if I can't answer them.
Okay. Do we have anybody that has a question? Board Member Kravitz.
If I recall, when I clicked on the document, it showed that there was a deadline of April 1st for students to submit their work for this seal. Oh, sorry. Okay, so I'll start over. So if I recall correctly, when I looked at the documents related to this action item, there was a deadline, I think, of April 1st for students to submit their work for the Fine Arts Proficiency Seal. Is that date, will the board be looking at that annually? Because otherwise, some years, April 1st may fall on a weekend, is my point. So maybe we want to put April 1st or the first school day after, if it falls on something, so that if it falls on a weekend.
My understanding is the state sets the parameters around this. So last year was the first year for the seal. The state did not require board approval for giving the seal. This year, they're requiring board approval. It's unclear, based on the information we have, whether or not every year will require board approval. I think the date will be adjusted by them in future years based on when they need to have that information.
Oh, okay, so we didn't write this or any of that. Okay, thank you.
Vice President Beckman.
I just think it's appropriate right now to make a quick comment. This is a pretty cool thing. It's our second year. I know a lot of our students that are in the arts really appreciate having something like this, and it kind of goes hand in glove with our special programs that drove that EDL continuation that we had to have. It's things like this that the kids work so hard to get that we had to make sure we supported those kids that have been doing this for a long time. So,
thank you for adding that. All right, then. If there's no further discussion, I will move that we approve the fine arts. After I just said that, I move that we approve the fine arts proficiency seal process for SUSD. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Kravitz seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. I move to adjourn this special meeting of the governing board. Do I have a second?
Second.
All members second? Is that possible? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. The special meeting of the governing board on September 29, 2020 is adjourned at 9:08 p.m. Thank you, everyone.